Hey, there are more and more people joining us with every second. So please do drop your introductions. Okay, great. We are also live on LinkedIn and YouTube. And I'm sure that we have more viewers joining us there. Once again, a very, very warm welcome to everyone. My name is Ananya. I'm from Simplilearn and I will be hosting today's workshop. Let me just quickly read out a few introductions. Hi, Venkat, you're joining us from Bangalore. This Jacob from Kenya, Shubham from Mumbai, Divya from Lucknow. Hi, there's someone from Nigeria. Great, great. Gaurav from Chandigarh, amazing. Raymond from South Africa. Great. Okay, it's amazing to have such a lively bunch of audiences here. Welcome, everyone. I want to start by saying that just by registering for and attending this Build-a-thon workshop, all of you have made a very, very good call because, if I get to it after this meeting describes roughly most of your week, then tonight was built for you. Over the next 4 hours, you're not just going to watch a lecture, you're going to watch three real AI workflows get built live. And if you follow along, you're going to walk out with all three running on your laptop as well. So before we begin, a few ground rules for everyone that I request everyone to follow. If you have any questions related to career in AI or any AI tool or any concept, please put them in the Q&A box. The chat is for engagement responses and the activities we'll be running tonight. Q&A is where we will pull questions from during the end of the session. Please keep the chat relevant to what's happening on the screen only. We have a huge room tonight. You must be seeing the number of messages that are coming in. So to ensure that the workshop experience is seamless for everyone, please just keep the messages limited to what is happening in the session. And please do not post like repeat questions and repeat comments, because that would affect the workshop experience for everybody else here. And if a lot of pings keep coming in, please note that we will keep the chat visible only to the host and the expert, so it does not keep popping up and affect everyone's workshop experience. Also, we have done a thorough audio video check at our end and everything is great to go. If you are not able to hear or see anything clearly, the issue is most probably at your end. Please do check your network connection, check your device, or maybe just try, rejoining the link, because everything is checked and working fine at our end. And finally, we know that a lot of people will have questions about the attendance certificate. Please stay tuned till the end of the webinar. This is a 4-hour workshop. We will be launching a poll at the end of the workshop, and you'll have to enter your full name when it goes live. And after that, your certificate will be processed and sent to you by Monday. Please don't miss the poll, because we will not be able to take any manual submission. So if you just drop your name in the chat or in the Q&A box, that doesn't mean that you will get a certificate. You will have to stay till the end and participate in the poll that we will be launching at the end of the workshop, specifically for the certificate. Okay. Yes, we do have a break. This is a 4-hour session, so we understand that we'll have to give breaks. So please do stay tuned. Great. Okay, so just very curious, as anyone in the audience has attended a Simplilearn webinar or a workshop before, drop a yes if you have been here before with us, or you can drop and send a first time if it is your first time here. Okay, I see a couple of yeses coming in. Okay, a lot of yeses coming in. Great, great. Nancy's here for the first time. Okay, some of you are here for the first time. A lot of thumbs up as well. Great, amazing. Okay, lot of first time as well. So just allow me a couple of minutes to quickly introduce Simplilearn and what we do. This Build-a-thon is brought to you by Simplilearn, of course. We want to talk about why we are here and what we want to achieve in this session. Simplilearn has been in the space for over a decade. We have trained more than 15 million professionals across 150 plus countries, all through structured, outcome-driven learning that actually changes what people can do at work and people can do with their careers. We have a more than 80% graduation rate, and our learners have rated us 4.8 on 5 consistently, showing the kind of learning experience that we have been able to provide. And phenomenally, most of our learners have reported an average of 50% salary hike upon graduation, which is, well, the number speaks for itself. We have a lot of learning pathways, professional certificate programs, certificate training programs in a lot of various fields, which includes generative AI, agentic AI, data analytics, program management, project management, cybersecurity, business and leadership, product design, marketing, IT services, and a lot more. But we have been able to build what we build with the ecosystem of the partnership that you see here on this slide. We're genuinely proud of all the partners that we have: IIT Kanpur, IIT Delhi, Michigan Engineering, Oxford Said Business School, and Google, Microsoft, IBM, AWS on the industry side as well. So every one of these partnerships means that our curriculum and the learning experience you get shaped and reviewed by people who are actually setting the pace in AI and tech right now. And that same standard is what we hold ourselves to across the board, including the program we're going to open up for you later tonight, which is the AI Accelerator program. But we will discuss about that in detail a bit later. Because, okay, so we are at a very exciting point in the workshop where I get to introduce our expert, our guest speaker, Rishi Bajpai. Let's dive into the impressive background of Rishi for a minute. Rishi is not only, an accomplished agentic architect and a two-time AI founder, but he's also a visionary in the field of software engineering. His entrepreneurial journey includes founding GTM First, a company dedicated to helping startups find their product market fit and build go-to-market strategies. Additionally, Rishi founded Smooth AI, a cutting-edge platform that automates sales and support processes. This innovation and this solution manages inbound calls, lead qualification, follow-ups, and query resolution, streaming the whole operation for businesses. And before these ventures, Rishi honed his skills as a software developer at Novostack. His expertise lies in enabling enterprise teams to effectively integrate large language models, AI agents, and MCP connectors into their products. And he contributes to enhancing functionality and efficiency overall. So Rishi's deep understanding and hands-on experience make him an invaluable resource for those looking to leverage AI in their career and or in their business operations as well. Rishi, it's an absolute pleasure to have you here. If you would like to add on anything to that introduction and say your hi to your participants, you can.
Hi everyone. So thank you so much, Ananya, for such a wonderful introduction. Yeah, I would like to add a point or two. Like apart from everything that you explained about me, there's a lot of bunch of interesting stuff happening around AI these days, and I am not only building just consumer-facing applications, but also experimenting with a lot of open source AI models into healthcare, into supply chain, and different sort of industries. So excited to show you all and build with you all today.
Amazing. Yes, yes, we are also very excited, Rishi. Thank you once again. So we will start, with setting a little bit of context to what this topic is all about and what we are, aiming to do with the workshop. We, usually like with any webinar, we start the workshop with a very interesting case study or a striking data point. But we thought for this workshop, we want to start with something real and relatable. So, just for a moment, like if everybody can picture a Monday, it'll be great. Let's just imagine that your alarm's set for 7 o'clock, but you're already awake a little earlier. Your mind is running through the day before your feet even hit the floor. By say 10 o'clock in the morning, you're into first of 4 meetings or 5 meetings scheduled that day, back to back with barely a breath between them. Lunch happens around 1 o'clock. You have something on your desk itself, but your eyes and your mind are still on the work. because there's genuinely no gap to step away. There's genuinely a lot of work to do. And by around 5 o'clock, the last call finally, wraps up. Here's the thing though, for most of us, that's not the end of the day. That's the point where the actual work begins, right? And this is, not just with day one, day two, day three, it becomes like, whole new pattern. There are more meetings, more notes that need to, become something useful, so many action items that nobody's written down yet, leads, clients, customers from last week that you still haven't gotten the time to follow up on. And there are always, there's always like, some content or social media post that was due yesterday, right? So none of this or like, is actually core part of your job. This is the tax you pay to get to your job, right? So here's the part that stopped me when shook me a little when I read first. There is a study data that's shown that 57% of the average knowledge workers week now goes into just communication, and that includes meetings, email, chat. Only about 40% goes into actually creating something. And another striking stat is that about 12 hours a week, which is more than a full working day for all of us, goes into meetings alone. So let's be clear, like, this is not just like one busy week we are talking about. This is just how most weeks pan out for most of us. And here's the honest part behind all of this. Most of what's eating your time doesn't actually need you. Whether it's like formatting the same notes, chasing the follow-ups, drafting the same kind of update over and over. It doesn't need your judgment. It doesn't need your expertise. It doesn't need your years of experience. It just is something that needs to get done. And that gap is exactly what AI is closing right now. 2 years ago, maybe like fixing this meant hiring another resource or getting budget approved and waiting out weeks of building something completely out of reach for one person trying to fix their own time in their own week. But tonight it's going to take just a laptop and maybe 4 hours, and that's the whole shift that we want to bring in your work week. So here's a quick look at the next 4 hours. We'll start with understanding some core concepts like the workflow automation, AI powered automation, the difference between these two, how a modern AI workflow should look like, and of course, Rishi's going to take us through the main tool stack for today in 18, and talk to you about a lot of how the tool functions. This all of this would take about 30 minutes, and after that, Rishi will go into building 3 real workflows live with you. There is a meeting to deliverables workflow, revenue and lead generation workflow, and after a short break, a social media automation workflow as well. And then we'll close with a look at the AI accelerator program for anyone who wants to go deeper. Then we're going to open it up for questions as well. I just want to let you know that we have like a great resource also at the end of the workshop for you. We have compiled all the exact N18 workflows that would be we'd be using as part of this workshop. So all the steps are compiled and can be used as reference if you want to build any other workflow for any other task of yours. So please do stay tuned till the end for it, and we hope that you get the most out of the workshop. And yes, so here's the promise we are making to you for the next the next 4 hours. You will walk out having found at least like one task in your week that doesn't need to be yours anymore, and you will know exactly how to hand it off to AI and let it run everything smoothly. And as you do that, you would have gotten 10 hours back on your calendar every single week. So this is the assurance that we are starting the workshop with. Rishi, I will hand it over to you. We can cover a few concepts in the slide that we prepared, and then we can start with the build part a little while later.
Yes, Ananya, definitely. So, so interesting. So let's start with the workflow automation. If you all can tell me in the chat, what is a workflow automation? What do you understand about this? And have you ever tried to build something with N8N, Make, or any similar tool before? And then we'll start with what it is. Okay, so let's start. So a workflow automation is basically if you think of a process, if you think of a work that you need to do on a recurring basis. Yes, correct. Somebody replied automation for recurring tasks. So basically, if you think about something like if you're a full-time employee or if you're a student, there are a few things that you need to do on a daily basis. If you're an employee, maybe you need to connect on a daily stand-up calls every day. After that, you need to prepare an MOM, minutes of the meeting. You need to update the tasks. Or let's say if you're a developer, you need to follow up with the change requests. You need to follow up with the QA for bugs, fixing the bugs, and that sort of things. So anything that you know and that you do on repeat, and you can write it down in very clear steps, the way you would explain it to somebody else is the same process that you can explain it the same way to an AI, right? Or to a workflow automation tool. So here for this session, we would be looking at NA10 as a workflow orchestration tool, and we would be building a workflow, uh, actually three workflows that can be very helpful in your day-to-day things. Ananya, can you switch on to the next slide, please? So if
Yes, Rishi,
you
go on to the
see
next
what is
slide.
a AI-powered automation, so you have a workflow automation and you have AI-powered automation. Many of you might still get confused about like both of these things look very much similar. And what is the core difference about between the a workflow automation and a AI-powered automation? So basically, if you see a workflow automation is sort of very linear in terms, as in you do a thing, you do a process, and it involves step number 1 2 3 4 5 6 something, right? There's no decision involved. There is no decision making or thinking involved. There's no scenarios, if else, that sort of things. So it's very linear that fetch the notes, export the transcript, create the tasks, and assign it to somebody. Now if you compare it to a flow that let's say you're creating a lead generation or some sort of dynamic thing. Let's say now in the same meeting, for the example, I'll take two examples. I'll take two scenarios of the same example wherein we can create something based on a meeting recording, right? So let's say you connect in a stand-up call daily. The process is very linear. You have some conversation. At the end of the conversation, meetings transcript gets generated. Now, what you need to do? You need to just read the transcript and assign tasks to somebody, or just send a MOM. That's very linear task. So you can categorize that as a workflow. Now, if you see at the same time, if I put a condition, what type of meeting it is, because you as a software developer or you as a founder or a business owner might need to get involved into 3 4 different type of meetings. Like I might have a meeting with my prospective clients where we will be discussing what kind of project I'm going to working on. What does the project look like, right? Then there can be sort of a meeting where we might be talking about where I might be briefing my team about what all Scrum points would look like, how to create user stories, what features do we need to create. So now I've put a condition here. Now, can you do that same thing with a workflow? If you can, even if you do that, you'll have to include a bunch of conditions. You will have to write down everything in a very explained manner. If the situation is this, do this. If this, do this. Now, if you put an intelligent processing node there that we can take as an example, let's say AI agent, what an AI agent or what an LLM might be able to do here. So an AI agent might be able to decide that what is the type of meeting, and based on the type of meeting, it will hand off the action to the particular tool. That if it's a meeting between between a business owner and a client, then you might need to prepare a proposal. If it's a meeting between a product manager and their team, it might need to prepare the user stories or prepare the PRDs that you can hand off to your engineering team. If it's a daily scrum, you might need to generate the MOM or minutes of meeting and send an email. So now, based on the scenario, based on the conditions, the actions also got changed. If you see, if it's a different kind of meeting, it will take a different kind of action. So that's the core difference between straightforward workflow automation and an AI powered automation. Any questions so far? If you all agree with me
Rishi,
at
there
this
was a
point?
question on the Q&A box. It was someone asking about agents. So, like, if
Hmm.
you can also help us understand like how this is different from an AI agent, that will be great.
Yes, exactly. So I'll take it from the exam. I'll take this example of N8N itself, since we are going to be talking about that. So an AI agent, if you talk in a broader perspective, it consists of three main things. The AI agents that we know. I'm not going back into very foundational definition of what AI agents are, because there are multiple kind of agents, recursive learning agents, reflex agents, and all. So in our context, an AI agent consists of main three things. One is its brain. Second is its memory. Third is its tools. So if you compare it to a human being, that's what we do. We have a brain. That's how we think. What do we need to do? We have a memory. That's how we perceive. That's how we keep track of things. Okay, I have done this thing before, so I'll take context from there. And then we have hands. So you can in context of AI agents, you can consider tools as a hands in a human being. So tools can be send an email, send a SMS, make an API call, uh, read some website, scrape some website data. So these all can be tools. Now, brain, you can think of like in humans, we have brains, so we can think how we need to take action. What do we need to do? In the same way, in an AI agent, you need to have an LLM. That is the brain of the AI agent. That's how it decides what action to take based on the memory it has. And memory is the same concept. Let's say we are designing an AI agent who checks who checks all the appointments made on the previous day, and just calls them and confirms if you're gonna come today or not. Hello, sir, you had an appointment, something like that. So if you didn't had a memory into an AI agent, it would keep calling the same lead over and over again. But since you have a memory, now you can store the logs that, okay, the agent has already called this person, but this person didn't pick up the call, so you won't call them again. So that's the basic definition of how AI agents can be used in current context. I hear about Monday.com. I think this is an AI agent. I see ads on the social media. So Monday.com is a product management sort of product. It's used by PMs primarily, where you can manage your tasks. Nowadays, since all the companies are making their efforts on AI, so you might have seen some ads about Monday.com's AI agents. That is, they might have enabled agents inside their workspace. So you can just prompt and you can create tasks, you can assign tasks, or you can do a bunch of stuff like automation within their platform. Memory can be a data set or information or source in an AI agent. Yes, it can be a data set. Information you can pass, information or source you can also pass in the prompt. So an AI agent would always need a trigger to start. That's how it will decide what action to take. So in the source or information, you can give it some context. So there's a limit of how much of context each LLM can parse. So based on its context window, you can refer some of the source or information at the time of giving prompt.
Rishi, if I may come in with a couple more questions, it's very relevant to what we're talking about. That's why
Yes,
I thought
yes.
I will, bring it here. Otherwise, we will keep the questions questions to the end of the segment only.
Yeah, no worries, no
So
worries.
there's a
That's
lot of
how
like,
we're
I
gonna
think,
be. Yes.
yeah, yeah. So lot of interesting questions about AI agents. Can it help handle the repetitive work with easier way and less time? Is that what AI agent will do?
Yes, it can do. But if you're talking about a repetitive work, you might the cost also comes into a concern because most of the businesses are nowadays is scared by rising costs of AI, LLM input output tokens, right? So you might need to think when you need to create a linear workflow, when you need to create an AI agent. Nowadays, because it's a fancier term, everybody is running after AI agents. But it doesn't need to be an AI agent always. For example, I can define a workflow, I can design a workflow that triggers every 2 hours, that reads all my emails. And if there is anything that I need to do from my end, any reply that I needed to send, but I didn't check, I didn't send, it will remind me on my WhatsApp maybe. That's a very linear workflow. That's not an AI agent because I have given it a simple task that read my meetings, read my email, and remind me of any unfinished task, or just trigger every day at 8 a.m. and tell me what are my top action items for today, right? While if you think of it in a agent perspective, you might need to take different actions that you are giving it multiple tools like calendar tools, like a PDF designer tools or a website designer tools. So now I'll give my same AI, I'll give it a definition of an AI agent. I'll ask that every 2 hours, just read my mail. And if there are any pending requests for website design, just design a website and send the email to client. So it will have a website designer tool, it will have a email sending tool. That's how it can do it. So
Okay, great,
definitely
perfect.
can automate a bunch of stuff
Um, is it possible for AI agents to work without rules?
without rules. Yes, up to some extent, but you might need to define the guardrails. We need to look what rules are because obviously, people are being fascinated that AI agents can do this, do that, but at the end, it can only do with the help of tools you have given it the access. So up to some extent, those tools are also set of defined rules only that you can do this, you can't do that. So there are some tools, there are some guardrails.
Okay.
Any
Okay, so how do AI agents ensure safety and reliability?
safety and reliability. So for that, as I already mentioned, there is a concept of guardrails. That's how you can define guardrails that no matter what do you ask, many of you might have seen memes flying over the internet that it's a Burger King's agent or it's a Zara's agent, and somebody asked it to write up a linked list program, and it just output the code in a website that was a website chatbot, and it did output the entire code of a linked list. So that's a very fine definition of what kind of guardrails do you need to put there, and up to some context. Whatever AI agents we use in our day-to-day things, there have been put a lot of guardrails. Otherwise, you would be able to ask, give me the ID and password, or give me the credit card details of this customer, and it should, because it's at the end. Let's say it's connected to a database. If you can't define the rules, if you can't define what was the other thing that you say, reliability, right?
Reliability.
So if you don't define the rules very well, it will just read the database, because for it doesn't know any difference between ID and password field and basic field like house address. So you would need to define a lot of rules, a lot of guardrails to enable safety into it. And about the reliability, there's a concept of evals, how you can define, how you can check and benchmark if your agent is hallucinating, if your agent is gaslighting you, even if it's giving the right results or not. And we need experts of that domain to ensure that it is reliable, it's giving the right information. But in our day-to-day job, we can very surely determine that, okay, I have just given it a task of reading my emails. And I can see I have gotten 3 emails in the last 3 hours. I can very easily check that it's gaslighting me, it's telling me the right task or not. So that's the thing.
Okay. And are ChatGPT, Google, Gemini, are all these AI agents?
I would rather ask my audience what
Yeah.
are their understanding. Is it an AI agent or what it is? Let's
Is
see what.
ChatGPT an AI agent? Is Google Gemini an AI agent? Please do let us know your answer, what you think in the chat. Okay, a lot of responses have come in.
Okay, a lot of people are saying LLM. It's an agent. Yes, generative AI. Okay, their text-based software. Yeah. So basically, ChatGPT as an app is not an agent, but it can, if you access it in a codex, let's say in ChatGPT has codex, right? And Gemini can also do a bunch of stuff. So it's not an AI agent, but it can do a bunch of with the help of a bunch of connectors. So if you use ChatGPT codex ever, that's an AI agent that can work as an AI agent that can build and hatch AI agents for you. But foundationally, they are large language models.
Okay, great. Okay, Rishi, I think that, a lot of questions have kept coming in. So we'll move
Yes,
on to the
I
next
think,
slide, and then like
yeah,
if I think anything is very relevant to what we're talking about, then I'll intervene with those questions.
yeah, definitely. Okay, so as I was defining workflow, I already gave you a lot of context by answering all the questions that what are the core components of an AI agent or just a AI workflow. So as I told, there's a trigger always, whether you're creating an AI agent or just a workflow, you need to define a trigger. Trigger can be filling a form or updating a sheet or sending a message or every day at 2 a.m., 8 a.m., something like that. Then you need to have a workflow. After it is triggered, what it will trigger actually? What is the workflow? So workflow can be a few steps or a set of actions that your agent or workflow would perform when it is triggered. In context of AI agent, as I already told, you need to have some AI models. So just to enable that it can think and take decision what to do, and then it needs to have access to tools that so whenever you design an AI agent and you give it certain LLM or AI model to think, you would also need to pass or provide the tool definition. So let's say I'm creating an AI agent today, and I have included two tools. One is Gmail and one is Google Calendar. So I'll need to give the definition. I'll need to tell my LLM, I'll need to tell my brain that, okay, you can only do this and that you have access to two tools. Something that you haven't defined, it won't know that it has access to that tool as well. So it won't be able to uh, perform some action on top of that. Then there comes the memory. So as I already explained, if you're creating an automation or just an AI agent where it checks the lead status, that every lead which has been unanswered or new or retargeting status marked, it will need to call them again and again. So if it didn't had that memory, it will just fetch the entire lead database and it will keep calling everyone every day. And the business will be getting a lot of complaints. So that's why you need to understand all these concepts very clearly, because these are minor things, but together they all make a perfect AI agent. Then there needs to be a human approval. Human approval might be needed in some scenarios, might not be needed. So today, one automation that I'll be building with you guys, that I'll be explaining to you, is meeting-based workflow, where I'll be creating an agent where it reads my meetings and it sends all the meetings based actions or summary to my Slack, and it waits for my approval. When I approve, then it creates all the tasks on my to-do list or ClickUp or any third-party app that I have connected. So that's pretty much the core components of an AI workflow.
Great. Thank you, Rishi. I think that sets like a good context to what is coming up. I know that you want to deep dive more into the tool and talk about all the components of N18, but maybe if we could just like give a little bit context about this tool and how it helps, how it functions, then that would be good. Then it would help us set
Yes.
context for what's coming next.
Yeah, definitely. So if you go about creating any workflow or any AI agent, so there are a bunch of tools, a bunch of frameworks available. There are a bunch of Python-based frameworks available like LangChain, LangGraph, how you can create your agents, define your agents. There are Creo AI, multiple very high power tools as well. But deep down, what we know, most of the people are still using very, very basic, easy to use and simple interfaces like N8N. The reason, because it's very easier to use. It has a lot of nodes. For every application that you might think of, every popular application, there exists a node. So you can just authenticate your account. You don't need to deep dive into a lot of technical stuff like creating API token, that kind of thing. So, plus, it has a self-hosted version, which means if you're performing automations or you're creating an agent that actually runs into production, it will happen into masses, right? It will introduce maybe 1,000, 10,000, or maybe 100,000 runs every day based on the tasks that you're deploying with it. So if you go about purchasing a cloud-based license, you'd go nuts, basically, because the prices are very higher for all the cloud-based tools. So N8N has the best advantage that you can self-host it into your own server. You can just purchase a basic hosting or VPS, which comes which are in a very, very lower cost. And you can also self-host it into your own system, like your own. If you have a Mac OS or if you have just a Windows or Ubuntu system, you can set it up into a Docker image, and without paying a single dollar to cloud provider or anything, you can create all the automations. You can keep it in your system, and you don't need to worry about a subscription or a renewal period that your automations, your scripts would get lost. So plus it's very easily shareable. For example, all the automations that I'm going to create, all the workflows that I'm creating today, that I'll be showing you. If you stay till the end of the webinar, I'll be sharing you the main files, like the core JSON files. So best thing about N8N is you can export it as a JSON, and anyone can just create an account, just drag and drop that JSON, and you would have the entire workflow living inside your workspace, which means it's sharing it and recreating it is very, very easier. That's why it's by far like the best tool for the beginners to start learning and getting their hands on without spending a lot of money by themselves.
Great. Thank you so much, Rishi. And there's someone who wants to know a little bit more about make.com. And
Yeah.
interestingly, you and I also had a conversation about it.
Yes, yes.
So the question is specifically about which is easier, simpler, and more profitable.
I would say it totally depends on what you use first. Maybe if you're a power user of N8N, you would find it more easier because it has a very easier interface. It has a huge library of templates available, which means you don't need to start from scratch every time. For your use case, you might always find 90% of the times you might find a workflow very easily in the N8N template library. So there is a make template library as well. So both does pretty much the same job, and like both have an AI agent node. N8N can be used in, like as I told everyone, in production environments, and most of the power users you would see using N8N more than make.com. Make.com comparatively has cheaper prices, like cheaper cost. So if you buy a $20 subscription, if you're going for a cloud-based subscription, first of all, it gives you, both of the tool gives you 14-day free trial, I guess, without adding your credit card. But you can self-host anytime. You can't self-host Make.com since that's a proprietary cloud-based, right? And if you're going to take a 20 or $25 subscription in Anytime, and Make will significantly give you more credits than Anytime. So it has some advantage over there. If you don't want to get into the hassle of like self-hosting stuff, and rather just create a workflow and keep it running. So Make.com offers lower costs.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Rishi. Before we move on to the next segment, it would be amazing to know a bit more about our audiences and where they come from. So I'm going to launch a poll right now, and we just want to understand, like, how many years of experience you have, or how many of you are freshers or students. Just please participate in the poll and let us know where you are in your career right now, and we will try to ensure that we are delivering this session in tune with, most of the audiences here. Okay, so about a lot of you are freshers or you're still studying, but we interestingly have more than 30% of you with, 10 plus years of experience as well. So great, it's a huge mix, and only about 50% of you have still answered. So I'm going to keep that poll on for just a moment more so that we have, so that gives more opportunity for everyone to answer the poll. Right. Okay. So we have some questions about recording certificate, workshop notes. So let me, I briefed about this at the start of the workshop, and I will say that again. There will be a certificate available and the recording available for all those who stay through the workshop till the end with us. So please do stay tuned. We will launch a specific certificate poll at the end of the workshop, and if you submit your name in that poll, then you will be getting the certificate as well as the recording and the transcript. So please do stay tuned till the end. And I also see a couple of you have raised your hands. If you have any questions, please use the chat box or the Q&A box, and we will, answer the question as soon as we can. Okay, great. So we have a lot of responses on the poll, so I'm going to end that. Great. It is amazing to know, what a huge range of audience we have here, right from, students to freshers to mid-range of experience to 10 plus years of experience. So it's amazing. Right. So Rishi gave us a briefing about N18 and how, the whole tool works and how we are going to make use of that today. But like, worth being honest with everyone here tonight, the tool is N18. And it's the fastest way to go from zero to a working workflow in one session. But to be very honest, N18 is just one tool. Tonight is about just one skill. If you want to, operate as someone who can walk into any automation problem and know exactly which tool will solve it, if you want to become very AI fluent or grow a successful, career in this booming space, then there is a lot sitting behind this one workflow. There's a lot that we simply cannot fit into, 4 hours of workshop. So take a look at this slide for a second. It has a lot of logos. It has Python, LangChain, Docker, VS Code, Claude. These are some, some of real tools behind everything that, behind and beyond everything that we're going to be building tonight. So here's what I want to hear from you. Type one tool from this, slide in chat, just like one tool that you genuinely want to sit down and learn properly, and not just, something that you've heard of or something that other people use. Like, if you want to learn something specifically amongst this list, or from anything else, just let us know in the chat, and we would, like to hear all your responses. Okay, there's Anupam saying Claude, Python, GitHub, Python, Claude. Okay, a lot of interest towards Claude. ChatGPT as well. Okay, someone saying VS Code as well, Docker. Okay, so amazing to see such, intent towards learning, such interest towards learning, because that's exactly the kind of, audiences that we are eager to teach as well. So everyone's, if you notice something, everyone's picking a different tool, and that's very, very interesting. Because tonight you get good at exactly one tool. We're going to teach you about like one tool. But if you're someone who wants to go beyond automating workflows and learn to build a lot of things with AI, then this whole list is, not just an optional list for you, and it is, it becomes like a necessity for you to learn, and that's the gap that we aim to close with our exclusive program, the AI Accelerator. So everything on that last slide, like Python tools that help you with prompt engineering, RAG, LangChain, deployment tools, they are all part of the actual curriculum of the AI Accelerator program. It is for 8 weeks. It requires like zero coding experience for you to get started with. It is fully live and interactive. And because you're here tonight, there is an exclusive 40% discount waiting if you want to go deeper in your understanding and work with AI. So can I just get like a rough show of hands to see how many are interested to know more about the program? You can type yes on the chat or send some thumbs up our way. I'm not going to, pitch this like completely right now. We've still got like a great build ahead of us, but hang on to that thought. We'll come back to exactly what's inside before the night is done. Okay, great. Great, great, great. A lot of interest coming in, which is great. Please do stay tuned till the end. We will tell you all about the program. We will have an expert coming in who will walk you through the curriculum, the tools that we will cover, the skills that you will gain from this program, and as well as how to avail this discount at the end of the workshop. Okay, great. Rishi, over to you. You can, take the slide share as well, and take it forward.
Sure. Thank you, Ananya. So happy to uh, start building with you all and showing you what it is all about, like what workflows we'll be doing. Just a moment, let me share my screen. Let me know if you all can see my screen right now. Okay, awesome. So first, automation, as we discussed, that I'm going to be explaining is a basic meeting to actions tool. So there's going to be we're building a, let's say, as I was talking, that we need to have a lot of meetings every day, right? And one of those meetings can be us discussing with the clients or us discussing with our managers what uh, what are the tasks going to be, right? So for that, Ananya, I can't see my screen. Are you
It's
sure?
visible
Can
to
you share?
us all, Rishi. Yeah,
Okay,
we
okay.
can see it.
Uh,
You might have to
if
close the Zoom tab for it to be visible.
okay. Yeah, I got it. Got it. There are two tabs actually. So yes, so first agent that we are going to create would be creating transcripts, creating actions, retrieving actions from meeting note taker. So I'm going to be using this note taker. I'll be walking you through step by step. If you all have already have an account with Fathom, let me also share the links in the chat so you can also create an account and follow on along with me. So this is a meeting note taker. That it's a best thing about this is also it's free of cost. So it gives you unlimited meetings. If you're someone who need to go into a lot of Google Meets or Zoom, you can create an account and you can configure your account, and then it will automatically join whatever meetings are added on your calendar. Or you can also manually add the note taker into a meeting, and it keeps recording all the meeting summaries. As you can see here, I have a lot of meeting discussions with my clients, with my team. You can see here some meetings with Ananya as well, when we were discussing about creating this program. So if you open a basic meeting, let me show you how does it look. Let's say, for example, I open this meeting where we were discussing about a product and some changes on what UI issues, what issues to fix. So it gives you a summary like this, right? Now, if you want to integrate into N10, I have already, first of all, just create an account, and then I'll tell you what you need to create step by step so that your tools can be ready, and we can start building the automation. So first of all, if you all have created the account, please reply yes. First thing, please create an account on NA10. Otherwise, you won't be able to create anything. Just type NA10 and create an account. So if you're if you already have an account on NA10, just sign in. It will ask you for your workspace. Since I have already logged in into my workspace, so it will show you a workspace like this. This is your dashboard, and I'll open my instance. So here, this is my Anytime instance, and these are all the automations that I have created for today's session, all the workflows. So let me give you a quick walkthrough of the Anytime platform. Here you would be able to find all your workflows that you have created. Here you can create all your credentials. So for today's automation, since we would be running on a fast track time, on a speedy fashion, so I have already created all my accounts. I have configured all my credentials. So I can actually show you one automation end to end. You might need to, for creating a credential, you just need to click on create credential. You need to select which credential you're going to create and just add it, save it here. Here you'll be seeing all the executions, variables, and everything you can set here. Now let's dive right into Fathom meetings to tasks automation. And I will be telling you exactly step by step what are the nodes that you need to create in step two, in order to create this exact automation, right? So first of all, let's start with this one. Here I have already created a Fathom meeting nodes. So as I explained earlier, first, while creating any agent or any workflow, you first need to have a trigger, right? And trigger is what will trigger your entire workflow to start. Pay them done, but asking to connect to calendar. Yes, please connect it to calendar. Then I'll tell you how, because we'll be starting with the Fathom node itself. So that's why I asked you all to create an account with Fathom. If you all have created an account with Fathom, let me take you to the settings. So once you are logged in into Fathom, you need to come here, click on settings on the top right corner, scroll down. Here you can already connect it with a bunch of pre-existing integrations that are native with Fathom. So you can see somebody was asking Monday. I think we can find Monday here as well. No, Monday is not here. So anyways, in our case, Anytin doesn't exist here natively, right? So you can directly integrate it with Claude, and you can ask Claude to do this stuff. But here I'm taking multi-step integration where I'll be querying Paythom with my Slack and asking it to create tasks on ClickUp on behalf of me, right? So you need to scroll down here. You need to click on Add in API Access. Can you all see API Access in settings? This thing here. Anyone? If you can confirm on the chat if anyone has created an account. So I'll proceed. Okay, I got a yes from still creating in Fathom. Okay, just take a minute. I'll hold on 1 minute more and I'll rather start explaining the workflow in the meantime. So first of all, you need to create an account on Fathom, Fathom.video. I have pasted the link in the chat. I am doing it again. You need to create an account in Fathom. And when you will be in your homepage, here you'll be able to see all your calls, all your scheduled calls. Then you're gonna click on settings, scroll down, and here you will find API access option, right? So in API access, you need to click on add, generate API key, just name it anything like I'm putting N10 Simplilearn. So this is going to be the name of my API key. Here you'll see the API key. Please don't share it with anyone. And I would just delete this API key as well right after, as I already have an API key created and added. So after your API key is created, make sure to copy it somewhere. Always keep your notepad or something open, because what happens if you don't do that, you will have to create an API key again and reconfigure it, and that will create uh, lot of problems to you. Okay, so for example, now here I have created an API key and I'm seeing like an interface like this. Once you have created an API key, you will go inside your app and you will get the option to add a webhook. Please confirm if you have created an API key, any of you. I'm getting a message that somebody can't see my screen. Is it visible to you all? I think it's a specific problem with one or two guys. Please repeat the steps for API key creation. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Okay, I'll just zoom in a little bit if it's too small. I hope now it's visible to you. Yes, okay. So basically what you need to do is create an API key from here. I'm assuming a few of you have created the API key already. If not, just click on add, select generate API key from here, from this step. Just enter any name like N10 automation or any name that you want to give to your API key that you can recall. Earlier I was able to, I think there's some problem with someone who's not able to see me. I think there might be some Zoom settings that you might need to toggle because it keeps switching. I think once it switched to presentation mode, you won't be able to see see my face. Maybe that could be the issue. Fathom is installing. You don't need to install Fathom. You just need to create an account. You don't need to install it into your system. Just need to create an account. Go to home, go click on settings and create an API key. Once you have created an API key, uh, I'll be walking you through the next step. So for this example, I have used this API. I have created this API key. So please note down your API key and webhook secret in somewhere in your notepad. Once you have noted it down, this is what you'll need to do. Just go to your NA10. I already explained about the credentials. So you'll need to create a credential for your Fathom. So because as I explained, there are a bunch of integrations that already exist in some tools, like in Fathom, and Fathom didn't had an NA10 connection. So similarly, NA10 also don't have a connection for Fathom. So what we are going to do is we will click on create credential. This will open create credential dialog. Here we need to type header auth. Ananya, if you're still there, can you confirm if my screen and video is visible? Because I'm getting a few messages that
Everything
some
is
folks.
clear,
Okay, okay.
Rishi. I can see I am connected from two systems and I can see everything clearly from both the systems.
Sure, sure.
And I am sure that a lot of people are also able to see because I've been getting responses.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Then. So I'm assuming that you have already created a key, created an API key and an app in Fathom. So now you need to click on credentials. I'm going to be repeating this one time again. I hope you all will follow on. So because there doesn't exist any standard integration for Fathom video, Fathom is a meeting note taker, if you all don't know. So because for any application, why I am telling you this step, because when you will start building your automations, when you'll start building your workflows, you will find a lot of applications that are not natively supported in NA10, that don't have a native integration or a native plugin in NA10. So you would need to configure them with the header authentication. So header authentication is basic. Authentication is a secure form of connecting with third-party APIs, where a third-party API gives you an API key. That API key authorizes you. That API key allows you to connect and fetch its services, like taking data out of the platform, or reading data or writing data into the platform. So here in this case, I'm creating an header auth. When you will click on header auth and click continue, you will see a form like this. So you can create multiple authentication, multiple header auth for different applications. If you want, you can give a name to your application here, and you can, in the value, you need to enter the API key that you created from Fathom. So in my case, I created an API key from here. I copied it from here. Let's say I copied this API key. I'm just, because I am already connected, I'm just using sample to show you. Now, in the name, you need to type this specific thing that I'm showing you, and I'm typing it in chat. You need to type this exactly in very case sensitive format to connect with Fathom API, because every API follows a very specific type of headers. Some providers use bearer in the authorization token. Some uses different nomenclature. So for Fathom, you need to type this specific header name. So now you're creating a header object. If any of you are familiar with Python or JavaScript or TypeScript, if you have created worked with JSON or things like that before, so you're creating a header object to authenticate with Fathom from NA10. So you need to give a name which will be X hyphen API hyphen key. API, for API, A would be capital, for key, K would be capital. And in the value, you need to just type in the API key that you copied from here. Okay. So far, keep this window open in your Fathom, because you would need it later to create a webhook. If you don't create a webhook, you won't be able to fetch data from Fathom. So based on certain actions or triggers, you will tell Fathom that you will ask Fathom to give you a transcript or action items or summary. So Fathom's API already gives transcripts, action items, and summaries based on your meetings that you have performed, that you have recorded using Fathom. And once you create a webhook and you enter its URL here, you would be able to uh, trigger Fathom using a webhook to give you the details of a specific meeting. If you haven't created an API, I'm just repeating this one last time. You need to, once you have created an account and logged in into Fathom, you would be seeing this home, fathom.video/home. You need to click on settings and then scroll down. Here you will see API access option. In the API access, you need to click on add. After clicking add, you would see these two options, add API connection. In add API connection, you'll see two options, generate API key and create free public app. You need to generate API key. just enter any name here, click on create API client. You will see you will see your API key and webhook secret like this. Just copy and paste it somewhere in your notepad and then follow on. After this, I'm going back again into the workflow. So here in our example, in our case, we have created a header that I have set here in authentication. So once you just need to click on add trigger. So you will be seeing a blank once you click come into N10, click on create workflow. You would be seeing a blank canvas like this, right? You would be seeing a blank canvas. So you need to click on add first step, trigger manually. This will create this trigger node. In trigger node, you need to set trigger. Okay. So for setting this, I'm going to draw side by side comparison so I can exactly show you what you need to add there. See, so in our example here, you will need to create this webhook node. Click on this. Once you see this side sheet on your NA10, here you will see all the types of triggers that exist. Trigger manually on app event, on a schedule. Schedule you can set like every day, every hours, based on what schedule you need to trigger that, right? Or you can also select multiple other options. So here in our case, we are using a webhook call. So once you click on using a webhook call, you would see a form like this. In post, you need in your post, you will get a test URL already created here. In HTTP method, you need to select from get to post. So once you do that, here you will see post and your webhook URL already added here. In path, you are going to add Fathom nodes. Fathom nodes. Once you do that, you will see that your post URL will just customize by itself. Please confirm if you have reached this step. You want me to repeat the node creation step in NA10? Yes, okay. I think a few. Okay. So basically, you need to click on create workflow. After creating the workflow, you need to click on add first step. You would see this blank canvas there. Let me remove this as this might be confusing for a few folks. So you would be seeing this blank canvas. You need to click on add first step. Here you will see a lot of flows, a lot of triggers. You don't need to focus on this right now. Just click on webhook call. When you click on webhook call, it will open a form like this. First thing you need to do is click on HTTP method and select post from here. Then you need to customize your path as Fathom nodes. In authentication, if you recall, we created a header auth in N10 credentials. So from there, we need to select the header auth. Then we need to select from here header auth account that we created. Here in my case, I have created multiple header auths. So I'm getting two options. Wherein the first one is for Fathom. So you'll select it from here. In respond, you need to just stay stay this like this immediately, and then you can close this. So you would see your first node created. Have you all created your first node? Okay. So next thing you need to do is click on plus. Okay. Now what we need to do, we have created a webhook which listens to every time a meeting gets generated in the Fathom notes, my Fathom notes taker. Okay. Next thing what we need to do is we need to select the data. We need to extract the data, right? So we need to select which node. Here are a lot of types of nodes. So you will see some are AI nodes, which gives you specific control to design AI workflows, AI actions, agents. Then there's something you need to do in app. So we are not using any app. Here, what we are doing a data transformation thing, right? We are doing a data transformation. And what are we doing specifically in data transformation? We are taking data out of the platform, right? So we would select a input node here. So this is, we need to select this node. Let me go again. You need to click on plus. From here, click on data transformation. Then click on edit fields. This is specific node. Because now the Fathom API would be giving us some data out of the API. So we need to read those fields and we need to set the data. So first, if you see here, if you're with me here, you can see it's asking you to set the fields, and mode is manual mapping. Please let the mode set as manual mapping. Don't change anything there. Then we need to start creating the fields. So first field that we need to fetch from Fathom nodes is going to be meeting title. There's a very specific format what Fathom will give you in the API response. So you need to mark this as meeting title. Then you're going to be using curly braces, a dollar sign for identifier. Now, once you type $JSON, it will give access to the JSON object retrieved from the response, API response. Now, from the JSON object, you need to fetch the body and the title. So you will receive the format, you will receive the meeting title and the API response in the same format. Then you need to fetch the transcript. So here what we are doing, we are simplifying the API response that we receive out of Fathom nodes. Now this is a bit technical, a bit difficult to hit in the first pass. So I'm going to be typing this here. So you all can also copy paste this with me. First field you need to set as meeting title, then just copy paste this thing. Second field would be transcript. And then you need to select, you need to paste this thing in the transcript. Then we are also retrieving action items from the meeting notes. So I'm going to be typing here action items, and the value for this would be dot body dot action items. .json body dot action items. I hope you all have created till this point. You have created the edit node. Is there a way to know what all values, attributes are there in the JSON coming from the first node? Uh, that for that you would need to trigger the webhook, and then you would be able to understand from the API response. For now, I would suggest it would be easier. There's an easy way that I would also explain at the end of the meeting, wherein without doing a lot of manual stuff like needing to know all the nodes, you can do it with the base of just by using some prompts as well. So Anytin also gives you a prompt. If you're not able to figure out, you can just add here a prompt that add an edit field node that flattens, that retrieves all the data from the webhook node from the. I'm not sure how good or bad it works, but since it's a N8N AI itself, it should have context of all the node from the webhook and gives me the meeting title, transcript, and action items. So you can do that. Maybe it will also think and generate all the nodes. So now I'm assuming you have created two fields, two nodes, webhook and edit fields. So I would go on and create the next node. We have created the extract field nodes. See, it has just by using the prompt, it has already generated this thing. And it has already set the meeting title, json.body.title, transcript, and action items. So if you're stuck, maybe if you're not able to figure out all the nodes and do it manually, you can also take help of N8N AI using this sign on the right side and just prompt it to create nodes for you, and it will do that most probably. Next thing you need to do, I'm going to be deleting this node since we already have received this thing. Next thing we need to do, now we need to check if we have actually received the transcript or not, if we have the meeting title, transcript, and rest of the things with us or not, right? So in that case, I will add a if node. Okay. Now here I'll click and there is flow, right? So in flow, you would see this if node. If you click on this node, this would show you two things, parameters and settings. You would probably get settings in every node. You don't need to look into that. You just need to define the parameters. What is the parameter you are looking at here, right? So first of all, we just need to check if we have received anything in action items or not. Here I'm just looking for action items. I'm not looking for meeting title, summary. You can leave all of that empty here as well. I just gave you an overview of what all we will be getting from the meeting recording from Fathom. Now here I just need to set the action items. Okay, and I need to put a condition here. So if you have used in any programming language, if you need to put a condition, you just open and close parenthesis. The same way, I'm going to be writing here .json. .json would be the notation which stores the API response of the entire thing. Okay. So from this, you remember in the last node, we created an action items. So we're going to check if this action items actually contains anything or not. So first thing we'll check that if this action items is an array, because action items will give multiple action items for each person involved into the meeting into an array. Then we need to check its length. Why we are checking length? If the array contains any single item, its length would increase. Otherwise, its length would be 0, right? So from here, I need to select a condition. If the action items is an array and its length is greater than, is number greater than 0. Okay. 0 greater than 0, 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 Let me just type that again. If the action item's length is 0. So now we have this node. Now it's giving us two options. One is true, false. If its length is 0, greater than 0, it means it has already received the meeting notes and it has already received the transcript from that. Now I'm using Slack for the human approval node. So you remember when we were talking about all the core components of an AI agent or of an AI workflow, there was a step called human approval. So for that, we would be using Slack. I already have set up a workspace in Slack. So in Slack, we would set a trigger for message. So in Slack, when you select a Slack node, you would see there are multiple options. There's channel actions, archive a channel, file actions, message actions. Okay. So here we need to select send message and wait for response. This would open a dialog like this. If you already have a Slack account, you can configure this. I can walk you through it. Or I would continue with this. Does any of you use Slack? Can you confirm in the chat? Okay, so Slack is basically a communication tool. I'll just quickly walk you through how to set up a Slack bot. So for if node, there's a if you click here and click if, you would see two conditions. You can select a condition like this. So from here in number, you need to select is greater than, and here you need to put a condition. I'm just pasting this condition in the chat so you can copy this. Next is the Slack node. So in true condition, I have added a Slack connector. In Slack, I am selecting an account. So I have, in my case, I have already configured my account, configured a credential in my Slack, into my NA10. I will also open my Slack in the side so you can see. I will log in into my workspace. So if you log in into your workspace, you can create maybe a new channel for testing this out, or you can select one of your existing channels if you want to. I'm just telling you how you can do it. So here in my case, I have created this thing. I've created this new channel called Agent Space, in which I'm going to be doing this sort of experiment. Okay. So what I need to do is create a credential from here. Now, first I'll tell you, you need to you need to set up a Slack account. Okay. Then you need to click here, create credential, and from here you need to click on Slack API. You would see two options, one Slack API and Slack OAuth 2 API. You need to just click on Slack API from here, click on continue, and here you need to add your access token and signature secret. How you're going to do that? So anytime that you let me give you also one overview for any node. This stays common. If you need any help, you can click here. This will give you any tense docs, and there is always a third party doc for which you're going to connect. Like in this case, there's a Slack doc as well. So I will show you Slack apps. Just search this Slack API applications. For the folks who already have a Slack account, I'll paste this link in the chat. Just click on this link, create a new app. You will see two options, from a manifest and from scratch. Please don't click on from a manifest or it won't let you create a bot and install it in your workspace. You just need to click on from scratch. You need to click on from scratch. You need to give it a name. I'm giving it anything, simply learn. Okay. Select a workspace that you want to deploy this into. So here in my case, I have this workspace created as Build with Rishi. Click on Create App. Here you would see these options: Client ID, Client Secret, and Signing Secret. Once you come back to credentials, it will ask you for two things. One is access token and one is signature secret. Signature secret you can retrieve from here. You can click on show, just copy this and paste it. Access token you would be able to create from the app control. So if you go back into the URL which I sent, api.slack.com/apps. If you click on that, you would be seeing this thing, this screen essentially. So as you can see here, I have already created two apps. You can click on generate token. Sorry, you can click on create new app from scratch and it will create a new app for you. If you don't have any tokens created in your app, you would see an option of creating a token. You just need to copy this token and paste it here in the credentials. And you need to paste the signature secret that you created. So in our case, we will go inside here and we will copy this signing secret and we will paste this here. That way, you'll be able to connect with Slack. Since I have already connected with Slack API, I won't do it twice. I would straightforward to go here. I will select my Slack API. Resource would be message. Let it stay like this. Operation would be send and wait for response. Why it needs to be send and wait for response? Because you will send some message and then it will wait, or either you will trigger it from Slack or it will send a message to you on Slack and wait for some time till your response, and then it will take the next action. Then you need to select a send message to would be user. From list, you need to select a list. So from list, I'm selecting as Build with Rishi. Okay, so this is going to be the list. And then message, I have prepared a template that I'm going to be pasting in the chat. So you can also do the same thing. It already includes all the template variables that we have created on N8N. So I have prepared this template. You can customize it. You can give any message. For the starters, I have just prepared this template. So this is going to be the message. New meeting action items for approval. Meeting extract meeting data dot item dot json dot meeting title. So if you recall, we already had a meeting title in our previous node from where we did extract the meeting title from the JSON. Then extract meeting data dot item dot json dot action items. It will check if it's an array and if it has some values, then it will map. This is a simple, like just basic JavaScript function. Then you need to create a few options because you're giving it chance of approval. So you would either approve or reject the message. So you need to give options of approval. You can add options. So whatever options you will add here, it will just show that into the same as a button in your Slack message. So from here, you need to select approve and disapprove. Don't do approve only. So you can just customize these messages as I can show you. I have configured. So I had this reject and approve. So it will send you messages like this. Once you're done with this, just close this node. And next, so now can you think about what would be the next node? What can be the next node? We have selected a webhook which will send the meeting transcript. We have edited the entire response to extract the meeting title, action items, summary, and transcript from it. then we have checked if there is a real meeting transcript or action items available based on the if connector. And if we have the meeting transcript and action items coming out of the meeting, then we are sending a message to approval on Slack. So next can be, we will check if the message is approved or not, right? Because in Slack node, we selected approve or disapprove, and we selected the operation as send and wait for response. So until unless we check if the message was approved, we cannot take the next step. So we need to introduce the next node, which is going to be another an if node. So we will be checking. We can also execute this. Approve and disapprove, it's having some errors. Reference node doesn't exist. Approve to create these action items and click up. New meeting action items for approval, meeting, extract meeting data, items JSON, meeting title. I think there is some misconfiguration between the fields that I created here in the meeting data. I think I didn't create one node. Action items, summary is there, JSON body transcript. Okay. Then we have if node. In the if node, we would be checking if the action items are available, is greater than 0. Okay, so because currently there is no data coming in here, this is why it's showing like this. So next would be approved node. We would be checking if this thing is approved. Execute previous nodes. Or we can also add some mock data there. And message to, so, okay. Okay, let's create this node once again. Approval and disapproval. Okay. I think I didn't add the right Slack credentials. Oh, I was switched into the timeline view. I was checking the versions. So now you might be getting this plus node here. You can again add a if condition. And then in this if condition, what you would be checking for, you would be essentially checking if your Slack message has been approved or not, right? So similarly, Slack will also give you a similar webhook to see if the data is approved. So we need to let it remain like this only is equal to, in the template literals, we will just add dot JSON dot data dot approve. So this is a standard format how Slack would send you if the message was approved. Now you have another if node, which is telling you if your message was approved or not. Next, if it's false, don't do anything. If it's true, we will do another thing, which would be transforming the data based on the approved tasks. So remember earlier we also added a data transformation node, which was like this, edit fields. So similarly, in this if node also, we will be adding here, click on plus, go here, click on data transformation and add an edit fields node. Mode would be manual mapping as it is. We will add one node, which is we will add one field which is tasks. So we are fetching a meeting recording. Then we are checking if there is a transcript and tasks available. Then we are checking. Then we are sending the task for approval on Slack. Once the meeting has some action items, then only it will pass on to the next node, and it will send a message on Slack. Then from Slack, you can approve that, okay, this message is, these action items are correct, add it into my to-do list. So then it will add it into your ClickUp or to-do list. Here in my case, I have added a ClickUp. So there is not one task. There can be more than one task. So in this field, I will select from string to array, and value can be here I'm writing a custom message, extract meeting data dot item dot json dot action items. So the same action items we are passing here. If it has some action items approved, if the action was approved from Slack, we will just pass the same action items to the next node as it is. Okay. Next, what we need to do now, there can be multiple tasks. If you remember in the last node, in this edit fields node, I added an array. So that means it contains multiple tasks, not just one task. So if I let it go like this, if I directly just add this into ClickUp, what will it do? It will add all the tasks in a single task. It will not split it out. So we need to add another data transformation node, which would be split out. Since it's already receiving a field as tasks, okay, tasks is an array that it's receiving from the previous node, include no other field. So it will just take each item of the task node and it will split it out into multiple sub items. Next, what we need to do now, till here, if you were following on with me, you might have seen that we have created a webhook. We have edited the fields from the webhook to parse the meeting action items, transcript, and title. Then we have checked if it actually contains something. If it contains something, it will retrieve the action items and send in a Slack message for approval. Then I'm again adding a if node to see if the message was approved, because if it is rejected, it will do nothing. If it's approved, only in that case, it will again transform the same tasks and send to the next node. Next node, what it will do, since it's transforming the array into specific list items. So till now, we have added a meeting recording, and we have received all the edited tasks, like individual tasks splitted out from the array. Now, next thing we need to do is just connect a to-do list so that it can actually create those tasks in a to-do list. So you can add any app, like action in app you can do. You can add Todoist. I guess there's a application for Todoist. You can add Trello if you use Trello. If you use Jira, you can add Jira here. Every tool would have certain different degree of configuration that would take you some time. It's like configuring applications is not very much easier at the first step, because you might need to figure out where that setting is located, then create an API token and then add it here. So here in my case, I have already previously configured ClickUp. Okay. And I have already configured its API, and I have added its connection. So now I will add ClickUp app. So I am searching ClickUp. I'll click on what do we need to do? Now we need to create a task. So if you see, there are multiple actions available: checklist action, create a checklist, delete a checklist item, comment actions, folder actions. Based on what you need to do, how fluid you can design the workflow, it can add comments based on specific status. It can check for the task status, and then it can send someone reminder on Slack. So there are a lot of possibilities option available. Now we need to just create a task. Very simple. Here in my case, I have already selected a credential, which is ClickUp OAuth 2 API. Okay. The resource is going to be task because I am creating a task. I will finish this node, then I'll show you if you are configuring your ClickUp. I'll show you how you can do that. So resource I'll leave as task. Operation we are going to create. So we will let it stay like this. Team or name ID. So once you have your ClickUp configured, you will see here your team or name ID. Here in my case, I have my team selected as Build with Rishi. Space, I can select a space where I want my task to go. So for this thing, I am selecting meeting tasks. If you want your task to be created folder by folder, it's a specific ClickUp because this plugin is specific to ClickUp. So they have given this setting where you can create folders and then arrange tasks within folders. In our case, I'll just avoid creating folders to keep a very minimal and clean list. So I'll just toggle this on. Then list name or ID I need to select. So I have already created a list here in my ClickUp. Let me just show you. So if you already have an account on ClickUp, I'll show you how you can create a token on ClickUp. If you don't have, you can create an account on ClickUp, or you can try configuring your own tool, whatever you use. I'm just sharing the URL. So if you don't have an account, you can just create an account on ClickUp. Okay, now from here, I will just change my workspace to Build with Rishi because this is the workspace I'm going to be experimenting into. So if you can see here, I have two things created. How did they show up in my NA10? Just because my account is already authenticated through an API, and that's why I'm seeing my team name here. Once you'll be authenticated, you'll see your team name here, your space name. I have selected meeting task. List, I'm selecting this one. Inside meeting task, I have this specific list called Slack approved tasks. Okay. So now what I'm doing is selecting this Slack approved tasks. This is my list name. Okay. Next, what I need to do, because I need to now give the task's name, right? Till this moment, we have retrieved the action items from the meeting notes, and we have specific action items splitted out from the last operator. Okay. Now I need to give it a name. For now, I'm just giving it json.description. If you execute previous nodes, you'll be able to see here coming here the description. Then you add field. In add field, you need to add content. For content, I have already generated a template which I'll be pasting here. So this is the field that I have pasted. Let me just paste this over chat to you guys. If you're adding it, you can also do this. Okay. Once you have done this, let's assume the workflow is completed. Okay. Now, how do we trigger it? Now this workflow is created. Now, what do I need to do? I need to publish this in order for this to work. So once you have created the entire workflow and you publish this, it will be deployed. A webhook trigger Fathom meeting notes in the workflow Fathom meetings to task uses a conflicting URL path. So this workflow cannot be activated. So here comes the part where I'll show you because I have already configured it, the same workflow already. Fathom meeting to tasks. So it's showing me the same because the URLs I used was the same in both the workflows. So it's asking me to customize the URL. Either I change URL for this one or I change for that one. If I change URL, there's a very important thing that you need to focus, because we did provide this as a callback URL uh, while adding the Slack bot. Okay. So as I told you, you need to create a Slack app. Then after you create a Slack app, that this is how you will create a bot. Basically, you need to go into its settings, OAuth and permissions. Here you need to allow it 4 permissions. So you need to go into scopes, add an OAuth scope. In OAuth scope, you would need to allow it to channels read. So it can read any messages coming into your channel. Then you need to add it app mentions read. Then you need to add it chat write. Okay, then you need to add another option, users read. So it can read which user has sent a message. These are the 4 specific bot token scopes that you need to generate. If you're not able to stay into pace with me right now, because we need to we need to match everyone else's speed and make sure that everyone just completes this. So don't worry about it, as you're not going to be losing it. I'll be sharing an entire workflow documentation where where I have mentioned this each step where you need to click, what you need to create, what values do you need to do. So most probably Ananya will share that document with you once you stick to the till the end of the webinar. So you can reproduce it at your own speed, matching your own pace, creating all the tokens and everything. So now, once you do this, if you're doing it right now with me, you can select all the scopes. Then you will need to install it to Build with Rishi. Okay. Here in my case, the workspace name is Build with Rishi. In your case, whatever might be the your workspace name, you would be able to install it there, and then you will come back again here. You will need to click on event subscriptions, because if you don't enable events, it won't be able to listen to you, right? But when you're mentioning it into Slack, or when a webhook trigger is mentioning a Slack bot, Slack won't know that some third-party tool has made a call to this or not. So you need to enable events, and then in the request URL, you would need to just paste this thing. This is your webhook URL. So you'll need to just copy this and paste it here, and then subscribe to events. In subscribe to event, you would be able to app mention. So once you do this, your app would be created and would be ready to work. In my case, I have already created this Any10 Fathom. This is my app that I have already created and configured with my Any10 automation. So if I show you, I have also selected the same OAuth and permissions. App mentions read, channels read, chat write, and users read. As for the event subscriptions, I have subscribed it to my webhook. Oh, I think, sorry, it was this Anyten, just Anyten, yeah. So as you can see, I have already added here a request URL, and subscribe to bot events is the app mention. In the same way, when you are going to create this ClickUp app, you would need to add your ClickUp API as well. So you'll click on ClickUp API, and you would need to select your cloud. If you haven't created an ClickUp API, if you don't have a ClickUp API, you would need to click here, click on generate, and it would ask you to authenticate through your linked Google account or GitHub account. And once you authenticate, it would be able to give you an access token that you can paste it down into N8N, and you can configure these credentials. So here in my case, as you can see, I have already authenticated with ClickUp Auth2 API, and I have added another ClickUp API. So now, if I show you how it's working, So I will directly show you running the workflow. I'll basically go here, click on execute workflow. Okay. Now what I'll need to do, I can either refer one meeting, either one of the meeting from my existing workspace, or I need to, let's say this is the meeting I'm picking, right? I'm picking this meeting. Now I'll go to my Slack. I'll mention N8N since this is already subscribed based on some events into my channel, the Slack channel. Okay. So I'll mention @N8N. Can you fetch this meeting summary and top action items for me and tell me and create it into my ClickUp list. Okay. So now the action was what? Action was wait and wait till respond, right? For the human approval. So if I show you, I have sent this message. Very shortly, you will see a reply has come here. See, if I open this, it has created a thread here. Now see, it has queried Fathom and it has responded me because I didn't provide any meeting link. So it's now asking which meeting should I use to create ClickUp task. Pick one of the recent meetings, reply with the number of title. If you want me to pick the most action item rich meeting, I can use CNV. This is one of the meetings, right? Now I will just mention NA10. Please use this meeting recording for this run. Now I'll paste the meeting link. You might not even need to paste the meeting link. You just saw it here. You just mentioned it and you just asked it to create a meeting summary and task list. And it gave you the list of all meetings. You can just mention which one are you referring to. It will refer back to it and it will fetch all of its tasks and list it down for you. Now it's saying I can't find a meeting matching in your recent meetings. Share the meeting, share URL that appears in your meeting list, or tell me which of these meetings to use. I'll tell it, please use the, please use the number 5 meeting. Oh, and you also, every time you send a message, you need to trigger it. Because you need to trigger it, you need to tell that you're talking to bot. Because in a channel, there can be many people. Until unless you mention that bot specifically, that event wouldn't get triggered. So only when you mention that bot, then it will understand that this command is coming for me, and I need to take some action on top of this. So every time I mention this, it will go to NA10, it will query the meeting, and it will repeat the same process. Let me just do this, then I'll tell you specifically why I'm not showing you the exact workflow. Because this workflow we have created to automate based on the new meetings created. So if I'm into a Google Meet right now, and if I end a meeting, this workflow would trigger automatically as the new meeting transcript gets generated into Fathom. So this is entirely automatically running. But right now I'm not doing a meeting and I want the workflow to still run, but trigger it from the Slack. That's why I have created a Slack bot so that I can mention at N8N, that is the name of my Slack bot that I have created. And then from Slack itself, it will be able to fetch everything and give me here. Let's see if it has picked the command or not. N8N, please fetch all the top action items for my meeting interior design SaaS. Now, if we come here, you can actually see all the runs workflow runs that your workflow has been doing. So if you see, this is the exact flow how it would run. So it first comes to this webhook, extracts the meeting data. See, this is the entire transcript. Once everything would be connected, and then if you run the workflow, you would see in each node when you click, you would see the values of the variables that you have entered here. So in my example, here are all the headers. So if you remember in headers, I added X API key, right? So that would be somewhere here. Now there are params, query, body. So all this time in JSON dot body dot meeting title, what we were doing. So now you can see from here what we were trying to exactly retrieve from the response. So this entire thing is JSON, right? Now we are querying inside body. Inside body, what we are trying to retrieve meeting title. So you can see this is the meeting title for this specific meeting, right? Then there's a transcript. So transcript is an object. This contains timestamp based transcript of which speaker spoke, what did they speak, and when did they speak it. So entire thing, right? Next thing is summary. So you can see pretty much everything in this workflow here. Now you can see it has responded for my previous command, top action items from interior CRM SaaS. Keshav, share multi-tenancy architecture doc, Keshav, Rishi, Lakshya, everything, right? So this is entirely written. Now I just need to mention this N8N. Can you create these tasks in my ClickUp and assign a label as interior CRM. This is the name of the project. So now I would be opening side by side my ClickUp just so you can see that currently there are only these 6 tasks in my to-do. Now, if this workflow would run perfectly, it would be able to create tasks in my workspace. I have received a message. Hi, please answer this question. Can we use any communication channel like Teams even? Yes, exactly. So as I explained, here in the app section, you can select any app that you want to create it with. So you have a lot of options. If you want to fetch it from Outlook, you can search Outlook and you can configure Microsoft Outlook for yourself. If you want to, as I said, because many teams use Jira, Trello, these kind of tools. So I personally use ClickUp, so that's why I was creating everything in ClickUp. Let me see. Putting the command again. Create these tasks in ClickUp. Let's see if this is doing or not. So now you're seeing that it has a human actor involved in middle. So I have to check if the tasks are right or not, and then I will give it a command. And from here, once so this is working as an approval. If you notice in the Slack node, we added only when approved, then it needs to pass that the entire task list into the next node. Then it will split and then it will create into ClickUp. If you come to your dashboard, you can also see all the workflow runs. You can debug. You can see if there are coming any errors or any logs. So for this demo, I'm also running in the free version. So you can just get started in a free trial and from there you can work. So here you can see all the workflow runs that we have done for this Fathom Slack assistant. Okay, this is the execution ID. It ran for 7.5 seconds. You can check its specific execution sequence, what it is executing. So now we can see it did reach till the split tasks. I created ClickUp task for I'll confirm when they finish syncing. Okay. So we can see the output. It has created all the ClickUp tasks for the meeting ID. It has mentioned already here, and it's saying and applied the label interior CRM. I'll confirm when they finish syncing. So it's waiting for ClickUp to sync it back, and then it will confirm. Once it's gets confirmed, it will respond in the same chat that this thing is created. I'm trying one more run, very direct, where it can directly create all the tasks. So till this point, how many of you did already reach till the end, or at least some part, if you were able to complete, if you were able to configure a Slack bot, can you type in the chat?
We have some reactions coming in, so I guess a lot of people are able to complete. But yes, we have a
Yes.
few people who were not able to follow along. But don't worry, like I said,
Yeah, we will be
we will
sharing
be
the recording.
sharing the recording and the notes, so you would be able to do it at your pace. And if there is
Yes.
anywhere that you get stuck, and if there is any at any point you have any questions that you are unable to figure out, you can always just reach out to us and we'll be happy to help.
Yes. Plus, the best thing, you would be getting the same workflow that we are building here. So you can exactly click on each node and debug and create credential directly from that same node. So that would be much, much easier for you to reproduce the same thing. I think it got stuck somewhere. Let me again check the executions. There has been a new run generated. Okay. So as you can see, it generated a new run, new workflow run. Get meeting tasks, split tasks. Then it's coming back again, create tasks. And after creating tasks for the last 5 meetings, okay, let's see. Click up. These 6 tasks, by the way, got created with the same workflow. output, meeting share URL. Right. So I think there's a disconnect in Slack. I'll debug this from my terminal. Just a moment. Let's just test if the Slack channel command is working. What are my last 10 meetings? Just list them down here. So here we can see in the execution, it should append a new execution ID 43 once this gets processed from here. So 43 is running. And if I click on this, you can see this into process. It says it has answered in Slack. It didn't go into get meeting task node yet. Let's see. Okay, it has answered in the Slack. Let's pick the first meeting itself and let me delete these 6 tasks. So we can see it coming fresh. Anytime I want you to uh, create all the action items from the meeting with Prachi. Show me which tasks do you have you created on ClickUp? Have you created on ClickUp? So it should technically trigger a 44 run. Currently, we were into 43 execution. So we can see it has already started the 44th run, from which it has taken a command from Slack, transferred it to prepare a query, fetch the meetings, process it through meeting assistant, create task, get meeting task, split tasks. Okay, split tasks, no other fields. Okay, apparently it seems that it's breaking after here. It's getting the meeting task. Let's see if it's getting any task. Answer is created. Click up task on the intro call. If we go into create tasks, we click up task. This was the intent. This was the answer. Let's try for a different conversation. I think it's not responding into thread. Once it's responding to the fresh conversation, but once I continue the same conversation into the thread, it's not responding there. Let me fetch another call, another meeting recording. And let's say I'm clicking this meeting. I'll copy the share link, mention it here. Just create all the tasks from my meeting into ClickUp. Let's see the executions. It should give a 45th execution. It has gotten the meeting tasks. Okay, these are the three tasks it got. After this, it did split all the three tasks, which you can see here in the preview. Then it created the tasks in ClickUp. And once after confirmation from here, it did confirm into Slack. Now, if you can see, created ClickUp task from the meeting, applied the label AI community, and will confirm when they finish syncing. So if you can see here in my ClickUp, the tasks are created from the meeting notes. Build mobile first, member UI, this thing. And it's also linking to specific timestamps when that point was discussed in my meetings. So it's super easy if I'm communicating it with my team or someone. I keep having, let's say, 4 or 5 meetings a day. I'll just need to mention here in my Slack that create these tasks and assign to my teammates. And it will also mention the specific timestamps in the meeting, so they won't have to see the entire meeting. It would link to that specific timestamp when that thing was discussed exactly. Hello. Let's have a look at the questions. Uh, Let me answer a few questions you guys have asked, and then I would suggest if you all can take a 5 minute break, I'll also take a 5 minute break. Then we can resume on the next workflow because it's going to be another stretching moment. So next workflow we are going to create a lead generation workflow where you might have seen a very similar patterns, people asking for a playbook or lead magnet into LinkedIn. So we will create a workflow where you can just scrape leads from any LinkedIn post that you want, and that you can create on N8N with the help of a tool called Apify. So if you guys want, in the meantime, you can create an free account on Apify. That would be super helpful for us to create our next workflow. Just so we have it ready, go to apify.com and just create a new account. It will give you 1,000 runs free.
Okay, guys. So as Rishi said, everyone can just sign up on this platform, and we will. This will be useful for our next workflow, and we will be starting taking you through the step one by one, again on how to create this workflow. So if there is anything that you were not able to follow along in the first workflow, uh, you can still catch up in this, and then that's the whole format of the workshop. We are not doing a complete end-to-end build. There are multiple builds that we are doing, so don't worry about the fact that if in case you were not able to keep up, this is the time for you to start from scratch and get all your queries resolved. So we will start with a 5-minute break, and then we can resume very soon. So let me
Yeah,
just
definitely.
quickly, yep, start a timer, and we hope to have everyone back. As Rishi said, we have like a very detailed workshop notes coming at the end of this. We will be sharing all the step-by-step workflow and the JSON notes as well as all the links. And we have some exclusive workshop discounts as well coming at the end of it. So please do come back to us soon. This, if everyone is back and ready to resume, please, let us know in the chat or give us a thumbs up. Um, Rishi is also back in a few seconds, so we will resume very shortly. Right, like I said just before the break, we have a new workflow starting. So if there was anything that that you were not able to follow, that was not clear, you would be able to catch up with this segment. So please don't worry about that. So yes, I will stop the share now, and she can take over for the next workflow build.
Yes, so it's I can expect that it's sometimes very difficult to create all of the accounts configuring, and that's where most of the time goes in. That's why I've already created these workflows, tested them myself, so that I can quickly show you around how you can do it yourself just by explaining the node. Because if I'll be waiting for everyone to finish and catch up, that would some people would still be able to do it. Some people would be faster enough and they'll be for them it would be like a waste of time. So that's why let me explain you the next one, which is uh, scraping leads from LinkedIn. So how many of you use LinkedIn, and what do you do? Like, do you post more, or do you like interact with people, engage in comments, and or just make uh, just do DMs, like cold DMs? Updating profile, okay. LinkedIn on daily basis, posting, scrolling, update profile. Yeah, screen is not shared yet. Uh, Screen hasn't been shared yet. Let me share the screen. So I suppose you might have already created a account on API. So let's start with the problem statement first. What we are trying to create here, right? Then we should be able to work on that. So first of all, let's see, all of you that who use LinkedIn, you might have seen posts like some influencers, LinkedIn influencers, posting things like, I have created a Claude workflow, comment this and I will send this workflow in your DMs. You might have seen things like this, right? Now what happens, it works well for them because they have a huge inbound audience. They have a authority over a topic. What they do, they post something and they gather interest. People just comment playbook or connector or something like that. Then they have an automation setup, actually an N8 automation setup, which scrapes their URL, which scrapes their profiles, and then it drafts a message. And then what it does is it just sends them a message, like following up on a lead magnet, right? For people who don't have a very active audience, let's say you are someone with just 1,000 2,000 followers, or you're just starting out, your leverage becomes, if you want to make your chances either in applying a job or getting projects or anything, you can start DMing people directly, right? But only if you know who is interested in what, which is the biggest problem while reaching out to somebody. If you want to reach out to somebody, you first need to know what would you propose to them, what would you pitch them for. So in this case, let's say I am selling N8 automations, right? And I don't have a very active audience. I don't have 10,000, 100,000 followers. So what would I do? I would simply find someone who is posting about N8 automation, right? Or I would get posts on my feed, which would look like the post I want to do. Right here, you can see bunch of posts on N8 automations. None of these, unfortunately, have like comment something, and I will send it to you. Full demo. I have already a few posts saved on my saved post, so I'll just take one post as a reference and show you how that would work. So basically, let's say I'm taking this post. Okay. So there's a guy, Sanchit Garg. He hosts community meetups and things like that. And he is asking people to comment something. If you are in Delhi, NCR, Bangalore, or Mumbai, and you're working somewhere, building something, comment your city below and which state you can attend. And then based on this, let's say I am also hosting community events. So this becomes a very high quality data for me that there are 5 people, there are 10 people who are interested in joining a meetup in Delhi, NCR, and I can directly scrape them from here. Now, one way is just going through the comments, copy, clicking here and opening in new tab and just doing it manually. So now you feel the urge, you feel the need of an automation because there can be hundreds of comments. How would you qualify? Then you need to also see, look at their profile, whether or not they are worth connecting. Sometimes I might be willing to connect to businesses. So I have prepared this second workflow is to extract leads from LinkedIn post and to score them based on some certain categories, certain ICP qualifiers that determines whether or not this person is worth connecting for me. And then only it will give me the list of leads. Okay. So, like the last workflow, I think it was very difficult for everyone to keep pace. So, I would rather show you how it's working, and then we will do a workflow run rather than starting and connecting every node from the start. I will just quickly pick each node one by one and explain how we connected it, why we connected it, and any questions that you might have during while I'm explaining this, you can just start asking it. Other than LinkedIn, can it go for other platforms like FB? Yes, it can. There are two prerequisites, as I told you just before the break. We are using AP5 for scraping the leads and ranking them based on the ICP. So on AP5, if you want to do scraper or Facebook comments scraper. So there are a bunch of scrapers already available. You can create a free account. You will get 1,000 credits without even adding your credit card or anything. You can just create a bunch of automation with AP5. So you can see there are a bunch of lead scrapers from AP5 as well. Now, so trigger for this automation is going to be a an input form. So we are not going to use any complex integration with Slack, Telegram, or anything. It's just a simple form where you just paste your link. Let me actually run this first and then explain you how it would work, because I think then it would make much sense for you to explain how, for you to understand how this entire workflow is working. So once I click on execute workflow, see it has opened this form into the new tab. Let's say I will copy this post's link. So just go to the post that you want to scrape, copy the link, come here, paste the URL. I want to scrape only the people who are CEO, founder, co-founder, chief marketing officer, VP of sales, marketing, head of marketing, and head of growth. I want to scrape audiences from UK, Germany, France, Canada, Australia, Ireland, Singapore. Okay. Now I click on extract leads. Now see what will happen. The workflow starts running. It has received a form submission. It has prepared the pagination request. Now, because comments, there are so many comments. So every time you will have to scroll, agent will also have to scroll, get data from different pagination API requests. So now you can see I have used a loop. For every loop, it is scraping LinkedIn comments. As you can see, this step is currently into the run. Once it will scrape all the LinkedIn comments, once it will be done checking for all the pages, all the comments would be scraped. Then it will remove the duplicate if a few people have commented multiple times. Then it will attach a ICP criteria to profiles. What is the ICP criteria? What we had filled in the initial form. We want CEO, co-founder, CMO, VP sales, all these people, right? So for each comment that it has scraped, it will attach that ICP criteria. and then it will loop through them, and then it will check if those are valid profiles or not. Then it will enrich the LinkedIn profile using a API connector. So we are using two API connectors in this workflow. One is to scrape the comments, scrape LinkedIn comments. One is to enrich LinkedIn profiles. What do we mean by enriching LinkedIn profile? Basically, it's telling us, it's giving us all the details, getting us all the details out of their LinkedIn ID, like what is their name, address, uh, their experience. So we can draft personalized messages using Claude or anything, right? So it's iterating over and over through each item in the loop. Then it will filter by ICP criteria. It will aggregate the matched leads. How I want my leads to be, I can define it here. I have defined it in a certain way. Once you have this automation, you can also go through each node. You can also define your ICP criteria. ICP stands for ideal customer persona or ideal customer profile. Like let's say I'm teaching, I'm just giving a session on N10. I want to connect with more companies who want these kind of trainings for their internal teams, maybe long form trainings. So I will add all those parameters like tags like companies having 500 plus employee size, companies in Netherlands. So these are all can be my ICP criteria, which I can define here, right? Then based on that, it will match all the leads, format leads, and it will add it into a CSV. Now I'll start explaining each node from the start, one by one, what each node is doing and why each node is connected, because I saw a lot of questions in the previous workflow from people. How do you know which node to connect? So that totally depends on you. You can basically not design an automation for something that you don't know. Something that you know about, for only that thing you would be able to create an automation. For example, if I can create good websites, I can write automation. I know everything in and out of what it takes, what it needs, what it involves in creating a website, right? So I would be very well, I'll be able to define those in a few steps, that how to design a website, and then I can write an automation about it because I know the process. If I am doing a lead generation, I know that you go to LinkedIn profile, you scrape its comments, then you check if this person is a CEO or founder or a co-founder, then you give it certain rank, and after you have done scraping all the profiles, then you go each after you've done scraping all the comments, then you iterate over each item. So I said iterate. Now I'll search on N10 if there is an iteration thing possible. So iteration, we have a loop node, right? For every run, we might need to store something. So we might need a CSV, or we might need an object, we might need a store, right? So this is how you understand, this is how you think about how, what node would you need to create, would you need to add. Plus, as I already told you, you already have N8 and AI. If you're still not able to think, because there are hundreds of thousands of node in N8, right? And nobody can learn all the nodes, which node would it be? So for that purpose, you can just use N8 and AI. You can write down your problem. You can just ask it that I have a LinkedIn post from which I need to do this. Tell me all the notes that I should use. It will give you, right? Let's not waste. Let's just try it here itself. Uh, can How can I iterate over each LinkedIn profile I have created? Which N8 node to use for that? So if you're stuck, if you can't think about which node you would be using, you can just ask N8N, or you can use ChatGPT or anything. There are a bunch of MCPs. I'll show you how you can create a whole automation with using MCP as well, if you have the time. So basically, you can see here, it's telling you, you're looking at your workflow. It's giving me context based on my workflow only. Looking at your workflow, it's telling me these are the batches. Here's how you can loop. So now if you can see, My workflow is done. This is entirely generated. This is entirely executed. And if I go to executions, you can see here it's showing as succeeded. Okay. Succeeded means it has filtered by ICP criteria. After filtering through the ICP criteria, it did not find anything useful. So it did not iterate and send it forward. If I just remove this node and directly store all the profiles without enrichment, or just remove this node and directly start processing all the profiles, it will give me all the profiles it has scraped. But maybe that won't have the most ideal fit profiles. For example, let me show you one of the previous runs I did, and it filtered out of 1 or 235 profiles. It filtered out only 3 profiles to be the most ideal fit for me, whom I should be connecting with. And you can see data in multiple formats here. These are the So from filtered by ICP criteria, you can see here I have only three profiles. Now let's have a look at the workflow node by node. So we'll go to editor. We won't be going into workflow. So first thing is ICP lead extractor form. So when I executed this workflow, if you remember, this form opened, right? So I have defined all the fields, everything here. Stop listening. Okay. So now authentication none. It doesn't need any authentication. It's just taking a test. It's just taking a basic LinkedIn URL from me. ICP intelligence. Okay. Let me just look at the questions. Other than those, can we hunt other countries? Yes, yes. Let me show you how where we have defined it. So if you see, there is authentication in the last workflow. In the previous workflow, there was an authentication. In this, we are doing nothing. Form title, I've basically just defined a form description, field name. In field name, I'm taking a LinkedIn post URL, which you can see. We are taking a LinkedIn post URL from the form, and this is a text input, and I have entered a placeholder. This is a required field because without a LinkedIn profile, without a LinkedIn post URL, it won't scrape things. Then next thing is field names. I have added a few options. So for example, here I have added CEO, founder, co-founder, CMO, COO, C2, CTO, CRO. Let's say if I delete this, this won't show up in the box. This won't show up in the options. So limited selection, I have added as unlimited. You can select it as select only two, or select only one, that kind of thing. This is also a required field. So to answer your question, yes, we can define multiple countries. So for example, here I have defined all these countries. I can add more. So you just need to click on add checkbox, click add. For example, I'm adding India, China, Ethiopia, or Nigeria. Okay. So now when we will execute this, it will show other fields as well in the form. Now you can see I have added these 4 more countries. So they are visible here. Now I have stopped this. So this is a sample format, how the output after this node would look. So every node would take some input and give some output. That's how it will process in the entire workflow, because every next node in the workflow would depend on what it has received as an input from the previous node, right? So here in this case, we are giving this as an output to the next node. So next node is going to be prepare pagination request. This is a basic JavaScript function. You can ask ChatGPT to write a JavaScript function for you, or let me show you how you can do it actually if you're generating any workflow. Let's say you have this. Okay, you can see this in JSON. You can see this in JSON. You can just copy this, go to Chat GPT, ask it to write me a JavaScript function to iterate through what was the thing? Uh, Wait, what are we doing into this? Post URL. Okay, here we are preparing a pagination request. This is the output from this. This is the schema, and this is the JavaScript function. So we are asking it to write a JavaScript function to iterate through each job profile and iterate through each filter. Basically, we don't need to even define it that much. Each filter in the given JSON format. Okay, just copy and paste this. It will give you the simple function. Just ask it, I have to put it into anything. It will convert into anything compatible format. It understands what kind of JavaScript is accepted, how objects and everything is created on anything. And then based on that, it will create like this. So here we are just flattening the response that we have received. We are just retrieving the response that we have received from the form. So first we are receiving the post URL. Max pages we are checking as 10. You can select it here as 2. So the entire workflow would run only 2 times. For page 1, until it reaches max pages, this is a simple for loop. You are iterating through each page number of that post so that it gives you all the pages loaded with their content. Now, next thing what we will do, we will loop through each page. Okay. So batch size here is 1. For each page, it will loop and it will give its response. If you see loop through pages, what is the response of loop through pages? So these are all the pages. If you can see text, comment ID, each comment is a page level object into this structure of LinkedIn response. Okay. So each post, each comment of the post is added here. So this is a comment URL. This is the author. What is their headline? What is their profile ID, profile URL, profile picture? Everything you can see here. Okay. Everything you can see here. Name, headline, profile ID. Then next thing what you will do, you will scrape their comments. Okay. Now this is URL of one of the API connector. So we are looking at this connector LinkedIn post, comments, replies, engagement scrapers, no cookies. So that you don't even have to add your cookies. You don't have to sign in using your LinkedIn. So otherwise your account would get banned through bots or something, right? Hello,
Rishi,
hello.
we lost for about 10-15 seconds. Maybe there was some
Yes,
internet.
yes, yes, yes. My just Wi-Fi gave me a glitch. I hope. So I was. Can you hear me now?
Yes, all clear.
Yes. So here I was showing which is the scraper that I'm using. Let me paste it down into the chat box. So you all can also search if you can see this scraper, if you can see this actor in your LinkedIn, in your AP5 store. So basically you need to go here and search LinkedIn comments. scraper. There are multiple scrapers, so you can just add any of the scraper URL here, and method would be post, because we would not be using API as directly as we use in a browser. We would be using it through an API request. So we need to select credential type, which would be generate credential type header auth, as I have already selected. I've already authenticated it through a different credential for API. Now I need to just paste it the post IDs. In the post IDs, you can also add multiple posts. For this example, I was using a single post only. So it will provide all the posts here and then page number for each page, because it's looping through each page, right? And then after this, it says page number for execute nodes for preview. And then after it has done scraping the LinkedIn comments, it will check for more pages. So for each page, it will loop, check, scrape the comments and check if there are more pages. Then it will tell the next node. And if there are more pages, then the entire loop will keep running over and over until the pages are finished. Then I've added a node to remove duplicate comments. So there are no standard nodes like this that you're seeing here. It's just the names I have given. So for example, if I have to use this node, it's a basic JavaScript node, right? So simple, if you click on here, so you need to just use this simple code in JavaScript. If you can write code in Python, you can add code in Python node. But here I'm using code in JavaScript node. So for each, let me delete this out. For each node where I have to perform some operation, I have written some JavaScript code here, which is filtering out, which is doing the filtering process. So for this post, now you can see there must be a post with there must be a comment with Meghna Singh. Let's see if we can see Meghna Singh's comment here. So these are the paginations. Like I'm scrolling, then a few comments are loading up for me. See, last comment was from Meghna Singh, Delhi, 10/17, 24th July. Okay. So till this point, we have received their in the output, we have received the names and the profile URL of all the people who commented. Okay. Now, next thing, what we need to do, we will attach the ICP criteria to their profile. So for each profile, we have their name, profile URL, and ICP criteria attached here, which is selected titles that I selected and selected countries. So next node will process through each profiles to check if they carry a similar title in their job titles or not. Okay. So if it's done, it will filter. If it's not done, until it's not done, it will use another API connector. This is another API actor, which is doing enrichment job for LinkedIn profile. So what it is doing, it's taking the profile input. It's basically taking the profile here, profile URL, and it's checking if it includes email, and then it's giving the profile as a response. So this is the profile. And as we can see, we were on a free API plan. So it's telling daily free tier limit of 20 profiles reached, upgrade. So each API actor also comes with certain, I would say, certain limit to stop abuse. Otherwise, people would just keep using it for free. But you can use it from like different accounts, or if you have a paid plan, you can do that as well. So if I show you here, this this particular scraper, this particular actor was run 205 times, and it did give a few results. Here I'll select the items per page to 200. So it's showing rate limited from here only. So I think I would need to check one of the older runs where the rate limit was not reached, maybe the first 20 runs. There I might be able to see some results. Profile details scrape upon LinkedIn plus email, no cookies. So any connector, if you see with no cookies, that's comparatively safer to use because you won't have to provide your uh, LinkedIn account token. So there won't be any risk of getting banned. Questions. If we want to scrape LinkedIn profile with corporates having 5+ years of experience, is it mandatory to learn JavaScript for this? No, you can just you can pretty much write the same thing using N8 AI as well. Plus, if you know any AI coding tools like Claude Code, Codex, anything like that, Cursor, you can just type the basic prompts. It's just how you think about the flow. If you can think about the flow in the right manner, you can just write it there in the prompts, specify it there, and it will write down all the codes for you. It will write down all the scripts for you. You just need to have some interest in debugging things. That's how you see if it's failing, what can be the reason of is it failing. Then you can just try playing around a little bit around the error and debugging it. And yeah, you can explore, you can scrape anything, like you can LinkedIn profiles with 5+, 10+ years of experience, anything you can scrape. You just need to give it the right filters. What's this? Nanya, should I take a few questions right now? Can we do it with Insta as well? Yes, very well. You can do it with Insta. There would be Insta has a lot of scrapers in AP5. You just select social media category. The first thing I think you would see would be Instagram only. Instagram is filled with scrapers. Like AP5 is filled with Instagram scrapers. There's Facebook ad library scraper. You can scrape the ad library of your competitors and you can design your ads like that. There's a bunch of things you can do, but yeah, it's not an overnight thing. You would need to think creatively. What can be the next node? So anything that you would do manually, if you can write it down in very clear steps, you have much better chances of designing it. Uh, with any AI tool, just you can just use ChatGPT to generate a whole N8N workflow and just copy paste that here, and all the nodes will be generated for you. I'll just show you that once I'm done with the next workflow as well. So you can see here are a bunch of Instagram scrapers as well, and all the scrapers you can see here. While for my AP5 run, limit running under limit permissions, username, include email, response status 200. So response status 200 means it's a success. So yes, this is how it will enrich the LinkedIn profile. And in the next node, I'm asking it to preserve the ICP criteria. So after that, it has enriched the LinkedIn profile. Maybe I've used a bunch of too many ICP filtering nodes. I can remove that as well. I can reduce that as well. Okay. And then I'm just returning it into a CSV. Now let me show you how you can edit this. So you can edit this into uh, using ChatGPT. You can make changes into this using directly N8N. Okay, let me just ask N8N. I think there are too many ICP filtering nodes preventing us to scrape uh, scrape any leads. Can you identify what I should remove? And once I confirm, you can remove those nodes safely. Why safely? Because each node is connected from a previous node's output, which it is taking as an input. So if we just accidentally select any node and remove it, it won't. The next node would entirely be disconnected from the entire workflow. It won't know what was there as the output of the previous node and what is the input. So I've just typed this prompt. Let's see what it does. Then you can, let's say you have saved all the leads to Google Sheet or all the leads to CSV, right? You can just let it just edit, confirm, and I'll remove both nodes safely. The filter by ICP criteria node already reads from data directly. These two nodes add unnecessary complexity. Yes, you can remove them. To answer your question, you can remove those nodes. And also, so to generate a message, personalized message, and sending it to them, we will need to maybe if you're using, there are multiple services available that lets you do that because if you LinkedIn won't give you their API directly, so you will need to rely on third-party services like Phantom Buster. So there's a tool called Phantom Buster. If you want to send automated messages to people after getting their profiles, you can create an account on Phantom Buster. It's a paid service and it's a very expensive one, but it's what professionals use. So it's free for trying. Like if you want to try, you can do 5 automation slots and it will give you total 2 hours execution time. So 2 hours execution time I have used, if I tell you, you'll be able to send, let's say 40, 50 messages in 2 hours execution time and 50 email credits it's giving to you. So you can use Phantom Buster. There is a native node in LinkedIn for Phantom Buster. Plus, you can design a custom AI agent where you can give the prompts, where you can give a prompt. No, no, not 2 hours a day, 2 hours for the entire free limited it gives. Because if you would see in 2 hours in the start plan for $56, it gives 20 hours per month of execution time. So just 10 minutes of execution time can very easily scrape, let's say 50, 60 profiles. So it depends on what task are you doing. For this demo, we won't go into too much depth, but once you start working on that, maybe you can learn more about it. You can create an account on Phantom Buster and you can try it yourself. So you can in 2 hours, 2 hours is a very good time that you can do. So I'm now telling it to add, remove those nodes and also add an AI agent node which takes all the profiles from the CSV with their enriched enriched profile details and drafts a personalized message based on a system prompt I can define and send those messages using Phantom Buster. So one way of doing it is you can go here on editor, you can add a node. Okay, let's say currently it's in edit mode. So currently it's in edit mode through N8 and AI, so I won't be able to make any changes. Once N8 and AI you stop this, then you would get manual control back. Otherwise, there would be some conflicts. You would be designing something and it will overwrite your code. So you can add an AI agent node where you can use free model. N8 also gives you free model GPT 4.0 mini for 1.4.1 mini. It gives you with some limits. So you can use that and then you can use a memory. You can give a prompt to it and it will iterate through every profile that it receives from CSV it will generate a message. And as a tool, it will use Phantom Buster and it will send the messages to all of these profiles using Phantom Buster. So it's getting suggested nodes, searching nodes. So while I'm doing this, it with the prompt, you won't have to find all the nodes. You just need to type in your guesswork. What do you think it should do? And it will be able to figure out all the nodes and add it for you. Then you would need to select each node, and then from there you need to set their config. For example, if it's adding Phantom Buster as a tool in an AI agent, it would need Phantom Buster's API key in order to interact with Phantom Buster services. Now it's saying editing workflow, viewing workflow. Messaging should be Yes, you're learning N8N, but give workflow ideas to Claude and follow steps given by Claude. Is it the right? It's definitely the right approach. If you're learning, you can query Claude. You can ask Claude to give you a lot of answers. You can even connect N8N's MCP. MCP stands for Model Context Protocol. It was developed by Claude itself. So what MCP helps you with, you can enable MCP access into your specific workflow, and then you can prompt directly with Claude, and Claude will design your workflow into your N8N playground. So you can do that as well. But still, you would need to know about the services. You would need to still configure the services, create the API keys. Like in our case, we generated a app on Slack, we generated an app on ClickUp. So those API keys, those things you would still need to provide. But everything else, everything except that, like figuring out which nodes to create, thinking about the entire decision process, that thing Claude can very well help you with. What's another question? What are the most common mistakes beginners make while creating AI automations? Most common mistakes. I would suggest thinking of doing too many things uh, at once. That won't be good thing. That's what beginners I think would do most of the times, because when we start building something, we start thinking of that let's automate this, that everything will be automated, and we start thinking of multiple integration. So that's not the thing. It should fly first, and cosmetics can be done later. Like just just do a linear approach first. Just see if one integration is working, if one thing is working, and if that is working, then you can and integrate. You can keep adding tools, you can keep adding features later on as well. So now, as you can see, as per the request, it has generated three nodes. It has deleted two ICP enrichment nodes. Then earlier, the workflow was till this point. It was saving all the leads into the CSV. Now it's looping through all the leads. Once it's done, it will hit the completion placeholder. Until it's not done, it will loop through all the leads. This is an AI agent that it has added, AI agent node. So into AI agent node, this is a prompt that I was saying. You can define a prompt. So this is a prompt that will go to AI model every time. So the prompt is draft a personalized LinkedIn outreach message for JSON.full name. Full name it's taking from the profile. Profile details, job title, JSON.job title, company, location, headline. Keep the message professional, concise, under 300 characters. Add personalize based on their role and company. Okay, this is the system prompt. Now, if you execute this step, it will generate some response based on some profiles that it's receiving earlier. Now, as I told earlier, every AI agent has three components. One is a brain, one is a memory, and one is tools, multiple tools. So here in this case, this AI agent, it can have a memory, it can work without a memory if the memory is not a very core component, but it needs to have a it needs to have an LLM node attached so that it can generate decisions, it can generate answers or thing after that. So here in this case, you can see the OpenAI chat model is added. I already have it configured. When you will be adding an AI agent node, you would see this option. You can create an N8N free OpenAI API credits. It can give you some plenty of credits like $1, $2. You can select a few models from here. Like in my case, I selected GPT-5 mini. You can also do GPT 4.1 mini, and then it will generate the messages. It will prepare the Phantom Buster payload. So see, I just prompted N8 AI what it needs to do. I did not provide what would there be a JSON object or a JavaScript block attached, but it figured out that it needs to format the response coming from the AI agent. That's why it created a JavaScript node. Then it added a Phantom Buster node. So as I told you, Phantom Buster is also have a native integration with the N8N, so it has selected this node. Now, every time you will add a new node or a third-party application node, you will get an interface like this. There won't be a credential setup already. It will give you a button to set up credential. Once you click on that button, it will ask you to add API key. Since we haven't created an account in Phantom Buster, let me just try to create an account. I think my previous account, it won't allow me to. It will ask me to verify my email. I have verified my email. I'm selecting anything. Select which platform do you want to automate? So, Phantom Buster, as you can see, works on multiple platforms. You can do Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, multiple things. So, I'm selecting LinkedIn. Next, it's giving me 5 slots available. So what are slots? Slots are like you can run 5 agents, 5 phantoms is what phantoms are like Phantom Busters agent. So you can run 5 phantoms at a time. One can be used for Twitter, one can be used for LinkedIn, something like that. Okay, they're giving. So they're giving option to browse phantoms. We just need to create an API key. So in most of the applications, you would find API keys either directly or into developer settings or either into settings, account settings. Now I have retrieved my API key. Let me just add it here. Save. It will test. See, so the credential is saved and tested. Now I can execute this to test. Problem nodes and arguments must provide a link valid JSON. So agent name. Okay. So no agent has been created yet. So it's giving an error. If we want to create, we will have to create an agent here. So the next thing it's doing is saving a message log. What I told is if we don't have a memory, we don't keep a context of what we are doing every time. So it will fail every time. It will keep sending the same message to everyone. Um, again and again. So we need to also maintain a context of what it is doing, what it has done in the last run. Uh, User start with N8 auto-generating codes and nodes for Phantom Buster. No, it's not generating. It's not automatically generating any nodes. If you click on here, there, as I told, there is a native node of Phantom Buster. So you click on Phantom Buster, you can see there are multiple options. So select an agent, send LinkedIn message, launch an agent. So here, send LinkedIn message is a agent. So technically, this agent should have been created into my Phantom. Okay. And then it will use the same agent to send the LinkedIn message. I'll basically need to configure my LinkedIn account here. So you can see here, browse Phantoms. If you go to browse Phantoms, let's select LinkedIn. Okay. In LinkedIn, you will see multiple agents are here. Extract leads from LinkedIn posts, connect and send follow-up messages, connect and with profiles from LinkedIn search. So I'm using LinkedIn profile URL finder message sender. Okay. I'm using this Phantom LinkedIn message sender. I just need to provide my LinkedIn URL, and then I will need to verify my URL through a cookie, and then I'll be able to use this Phantom into my N8N workflow. As and it's not generating any node. As a corporate level, we are only allowed to use MS365 Copilot and Power Automate, which is good. But how we can bring that automation to anytime? I think Power Automate, yes, it's in the corporate environment, most of the work happens inside VDI. You need to connect into remote desktop, and that's how you do the things. But I think N8N you can use in self-hosted environment, and even in the corporate environment you can self-host N8N, or and there are N8N enterprise options available in which there is no data goes outside your corporation, so you can still use N8N. But using Power Automate to N8N, I don't think there is any standard conversion is there, but I think Claude and ChatGPT can pretty much help you into converting it into an N8N compatible format. Can we create any AI automation agent on the same platform like email automatic sending in urgent basis? These are a lot of things into a single question. First of all, sending multiple emails on an urgent basis is not a good thing. Your email will get flagged. It will get marked as a spam by Google, Gmail, all the email service providers. That's why companies who do mass email outreach, they use multiple domains, they use multiple inboxes to send mass emails, and they do it in batches. Like first day, they will send 20 emails from each email inbox, and second day they might increase that limit to 25, but that would be pretty much the same, not on urgent basis. I think it's not a good way. There you can find some workflows there, and from that message we can do auto replies. Yes, I think you can do auto replies. Auto replies, there might be a phantom. You can also create a condition into an AI agent. You can create an entire workflow wherein you can set up a webhook to listen whether you receive a reply to a message. If you receive a reply to a message, then that webhook will trigger a condition. It will pass it to the next node. The next node would need to have the context of what did you receive in the message and what was your initial message. Based on that, you can pass it to an AI agent, use OpenAI model, and it will generate a reply, and then you can send it through Phantom Buster node connected into as a tool. Next, can we create an AI automation agent on the same platform like email automatics? I think I answered this already. Yes, Aksa, I think, yeah, all the resources and summary, basically our documentation outlining step by step how you can create this will be sent to you. Where can I run the JSON extension file as I'm getting confused? Rakesh, can you explain this a little bit more? What are you referring as JSON extension file? If you are asking about JSON, validating a JSON file, you can, there are There are a lot of JSON validators. If you just Google it, you'll be able to find it. Should also be conducting what AI tools should every professional learn regardless of their field. Regardless of your field, if you are comfortable, I think ChatGPT, Claude is by far the best. What I have experienced from my experience, it can do a bunch of stuff. So Claude, you should learn. If you're comfortable, or if you have some coding experience, you can also try learning Codex or Claude Code. And there are other bunch of tools which are covered in this AI accelerator. So I think there is a very niche cohort curated. How can we reduce the issue of hallucination in LLMs when using them for critical business automation? Hallucination, Shivraj, hallucination can happen in a lot of scenarios, especially when the context is too much overloaded. So I think indexing is the best way. Prompt caching, caching of your prompts, caching of your responses, so that it's able to give more direct answers. And if you're using any general purpose tools like MS Copilot or any AI Studio or something, uh, best strategy is to always start a new chat with some context inferred after every five chats. So that way your AI tools use very less tokens, as well as it gives you very direct responses. Uh, there are Instagram channels who post job details and ask us to comment something specific, and the link comes to our messages automatically. Do they use Phantom Busters? Yes, 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 they do. There are a bunch of tools. They can use Phantom Busters. In fact, if you create a profile and you just see. So that's the best thing about learning automation. There's a lot of things that we keep seeing, that we keep experiencing ourselves, but we never realize, oh, we can also do it. So the moment you start digging deeper into it, you start going, then you can see this was super easy. So if you just go to Phantom Buster, there is a bunch of automations for in Phantom Buster as well. Instagram follower collector, followers auto follow. I would recommend going for this. Auto liker, auto follow, multiple hashtag collector, notification, photo likers, story auto watcher, story extractor, tagged post extractor. So all these things, you can also find a bunch of scrapers in API store, a bunch of automations. There's a tool called ManyChat, I guess, that automates this entire thing. That's a like paid tool with everything pre-configured, where you just need to configure your account and set up a funnel. I personally use Anytime to send lead magnets for all of my posts. I write a lot of posts about Anthropic, about voice AI models, and do it on LinkedIn. I also use the same format, like comment guide, and I'll send it into your DM. And I also use the same sort of automation. So the moment anyone responds, it first checks if those are a connection of mine. If they are a connection of mine, uh, they get an auto the trigger runs, and the PDF or the link gets sent into their DM, entirely automated. I don't touch a thing. If they don't have, then I have another condition created. If they are not a connection of mine, then what happens? Uh, I reply, the automation itself replies to their comment. It seems that we are not connected. Can you please send me a connection request so I can send you the PDF? Otherwise, LinkedIn won't allow me, something like this. So this you can do. Can you automate databases? What in databases are you referring to? Like databases automation, mostly people use that for things like driving insights. Mostly CRM based automations happen in any business environment where you might need to pull information like most sales made in a month, which product was most sold, so that you can stock in things like that. Which AI tool subscription should I purchase as I work heavily on creating the Python automations and Excel VBAs? Uh, I would suggest Claude. Claude would be the best $20 subscription. Uh, You can connect pretty much everything. You can create Excel files. You can query with your VBAs. Python script you can pretty much create. If you can use Claude Code, it would be much better. There's also an open source alternative. You don't always need to spend money to do things. You can sign up for a free API key on Open Router. It will give you plenty of free API keys. You can use something like Open Code. In Open Code, you can add your Open Router key, and you can use just directly prompt and try creating Python scripts. It will create Python scripts. It has an integrated terminal. It can run those scripts for you. So you can start for free as well. Yes, you can create a calling agent using Anyten. In fact, many people have created AI calling agents for appointment booking, AI receptionist, and they are charging businesses anywhere between $2,000 to $5,000. That's Anyten was one of the holy ground of creating agents like this. WhatsApp APIs are a bit too tricky, so that you would need to rely into a third-party service like AI Sensei, Vati, Gupshup.ai. If you're from India, if you're outside from India, I think Video gives you option to create programmatic WhatsApp SMS APIs, but you'll need to have some sort of business registration or sole proprietorship because there are a bunch of legal processes involved. So those documents might be required. My app, I think
Yes,
yes,
due to that question exactly, because there's someone who's asked about your product, your
yes.
branding.
I was coming to that only. So my product is this. If you can see on my screen, this is an AI calling product. So what it does is you can just let me just show you inside the application. I was actually going to give you some demos and credits, and the lead generation and revenue generation workflow was supposed to be on into this. But since calling data is a bit tricky and not everyone does cold calling and that sort of thing, so I thought LinkedIn would be universal to everyone. You might be either reaching out to businesses for getting projects, or you might be looking for jobs. So there are a crazy amount of automations you can do, but this is a product. So basically, you can add leads here. So there are basically a few AI agents you can create into this product. Can you see the screen? Okay, okay. So basically, my product is about a multi-channel GTM outreach, you can say, or multi-channel cold outreach, you can say, or you can also create customer support sort of workflows. So you can create agents. Inside agents, you can define all the guardrails. What would be your agent's role? It can be appointment setter, lead qualifier, or just a minute. Yeah, it can be appointment setter, lead qualifier, customer service, bunch of. So these are the roles and personas. Based on what role you give an agent, based on that, it will define all of its prompts. So I have the all of that wired into the backend. So once you select a sales representative, its context will switch into a sales representative. When you will talk to the agent, it will talk in form of a sales representative. It will talk to you like that. You can select the tone. You can select a bunch of language, which language, what type of voice you want to select here. Then you can define your offer. If you're selling something, you can add all the context about your business, about your offer, uh, and you can add all the objections, because most of the time when AI agents call people, people start asking weird questions that tell me the square root of 21, something like that. So you can add all of that into guardrails, so it won't respond to that. It would handle that kind of scenarios very swiftly, and would rather tell you that, excuse me, this call is regarding this specific thing. So all of that you can define here. After that, so campaigns are the core of the product. Here you can just create a campaign, select agents, and select the numbers, and then you can start. So I have a bunch of campaigns already created here. One is the website test itself. So anyone who places a test call, I get their leads here, and they receive a test call from the product itself. And the agent calls them and gathers all of their requirements, that how much leads do you get, what is your lead generation method, do you generate leads from Instagram, Meta, or what? And then it gathers all the context and give it here. And if you see any call, you can see all the recording, like you can all the call recording also you can see, you can listen to the recording transcript, and based on that, similar to NA10 as I was doing. So NA10 was very much standard into doing all sort of things. So I have created here a very sophisticated environment, just focused on the call, just do one thing very well, which would be the call. So you can schedule call, and after the call, you can schedule notes, like if the call was not picked or handed to voicemail, you can add a reschedule mode like this. Call scheduling node you can add. In call scheduling node, you can select time zone, you can select what time should it start calling, to which leads it should call. Then after that, you can add multiple action nodes, like book a meeting on Google Calendar, book a meeting at cal.com, or add details to a sheet or send a SMS. So yeah, that's pretty much about the product, about my product. Apart from this, like I keep building other sort of stuff into AI. So before we hand over the call to you, Ananya, I would just quickly like to show you the last. I would just like to show everyone the last automation. As we promised three, we didn't had time to go in deeper. So I'm going to reshare the screen. So the last automation I have prepared is this. Uh, it's basically automated posting workflow powered by an AI agent. So it has an AI agent node. What it does is, let me quickly explain to you. So basically, first in this workflow, I have taken the trigger as schedule trigger. So you would see all of these annotations explaining what these triggers are, what these nodes are, and why are we using it. So once you get the access to these workflows, you will be able to understand it pretty much yourself. So first of all, we are starting the workflow. So in starting of workflow, we are defining what is the timestamp, when would it start. Okay. Then we have an AI agent node attached to it. So every time the workflow would start, it would call the AI agent. What AI agent would do, I have feeded it with a system prompt. So I have asked it to draft one new on-brand tweet for Architect AI, which is my Twitter page. So I have asked it to every time it is triggered, it's required to draft one brand new tweet, and these are all the context that I have given to it. You are the social media manager for this architect at the Architect AI and AI Product Studio. You write post about Twitter. This is the character limit. This is the process. Always check for the Google Sheet for any ideas and things like that. And then there's a OpenAI chat model node attached to it. Then there is a memory attached to it, so it would understand which post that it has generated already posted, so that it doesn't keep posting the same thing again and again. Right. Next thing, it reads the Google Sheet for any ideas that I gave into this Google Sheet. So there's a Google Sheet. Let's say I have given an idea into the sheet. If I show you into my Sheets account, there's a sheet in which I have populated ideas. So it will pick things from that sheet and it will start generating the tweets. So this is the sheet Architect AI tweet log. Okay. So this is the tweet. Uh, Next thing is, okay, this is the sheet it has selected. After this, it will fetch each tweet. Then there's a code node attached. It will parse all the nodes, all the rows from my Google Sheet, and then it will create a tweet. This is a create tweet node. Create tweet node is, it's an actual Twitter integration. So in order to have this, this is actually a paid service. because I use it for my own automation. That's why I have added this. So you need to basically create an X developer account. You need to, and once you have created an X developer account, you would need to top up your X wallet with some credits. For the example, I have just added $5 worth of credits to test out the automation and to test out the entire process. So it just reads all the topics from the sheet, gives to AI agent. AI agent has the context of generating all the post. It just generates it, formats it, and posts it into Twitter. And then after each tweet is posted, it also saves that into the sheet so it can recall which tweets it has already posted. So it's a very simple workflow. I'll share it with you guys. You all can also go through it and see how it works for you. The only caveat into this workflow is you would need to have a X developer account, which you can very easily have if you uh, if you have a valid Twitter account. So after this, you just need to have a production app and you just need to add some credits into that. Let me actually run this workflow once. So right now, I would see my profile. This is the profile. So this tweet was made 1 hour earlier, and it's generating tweets every 3 hours and it's posting it on autopilot. So this 4 hour ago, this tweet was a test tweet that was manual trigger. After this, I have set a trigger to keep generating tweets and keep posting it into my account every 3 hours. So after this, it posted this one, and then it posted this one. We can also customize it to generate images using GPT 5 image model, and it can add image along with the posts. So that entire thing can be on autopilot. See, I just clicked on execute workflow node, and this tweet got posted just now. Build guardrails, not just prompts. Add lightweight validators after LLM output, schema checks, token limits, and safety filters. They turn brittle answers into reliable features. What validator would you add first? So I've given it a certain persona. I can customize the prompt and it will generate accordingly. Uh, for the result here, we can see the executions, or we can go into main account dashboard, and from here we can see the executions. So here it's showing the entire workflow run as failed because it did not store the final generated tweet into my Google Sheet, but it has reached, if you can see, it has reached till this point. It has generated the tweet and posted. So if I click open this, you will be able to see this is the post that it generated, and it did post the same tweet here. So yeah, that was pretty much all. If you have to try it out for yourself using ChatGPT, as I told to give you one brownie thing, brownie point, one bonus thing in the last. So let me tell you how you can generate almost any workflow and paste it into NA10. So, for example, we are using this one only, Architect AI, X auto posting Google Sheets. So you can just download this. You can click on this and you can click on download. It will download a JSON file like this. Okay. Now I will go to ChatGPT. I will just upload this here. I will give a command based on the given workflow. Can you also add a node where it can generate generate images along with the posts and post it on X as the usual workflow run. So I have attached the JSON. JSON contains the entire thing, which I have downloaded. The entire workflow got downloaded as a JSON. So now it's telling the entire process. And it's asking me to do it. Instead, I will ask it, just give me, just let's try the same thing with Claude, actually. Give the modified JSON. It will take a bunch of time. Till then, let me look at the questions. Then Ananya will address you all in the webinar. Oh, I think a few folks joined late. If you prepare an automation based on the data set is used like hundreds or thousands of Excel rows, then how can we make sure of accuracy? I think for accuracy, you'll always start from a small batch, right? You would do a test workflow run on a batch of 10 data points, and you might draw random variations out of that. Like those 10 data points can also be random or two, three batches, how we do A/B test. Then you can be sure of accuracy and make changes into your workflow accordingly. And then you can run it for the entire batch. I'm into cold calling and leads. Yeah, that's good. I could not look at that. Okay, so that was all. You can pretty much just copy and paste it into Anytime and it will generate the same workflow. I think I would stop sharing my screen here.
While Claude is building that, maybe we can come back to that later after we also
Yes,
discuss a little bit
yes.
while we wait for that. Yeah, we will come back to that. Let me just quickly share the screen. Okay, guys, thank you so much for being a very active, engaging audience with us. I know that some of you might have joined a little later, and some of you might have not been able to follow through everything. But we know that most of you were able to follow along with Rishi and learn how automation works and build something that you would be able to use in your everyday work. So I want to congratulate every single one of you here. And this is not a small thing. What you've built today, is a big deal. So good work, everyone. And just want to zoom out for a second because tonight you use ready-made node
Ananya,
in
hello.
8 weeks.
Excuse me, I would like
Yes,
to
Rishi.
check. Your voice is muffling. I guess a few people are also maybe earphones or something. Yeah, we're not able to hear you
Yes.
clearly.
Again. So I was just saying, in the workshop, you were able to use a ready-made node, but in 8 weeks, you could be, white coding what actually happens behind that AI step itself. Tonight, you gave your workflow, ready use. In 8 weeks, you could be giving an agent memory of your own documents, real RAG, and like you built like one automation for one particular task in 8 weeks, your agents could be handling work off to each other automatically and work as an agentic system. And how, if you possible, if you ask how that is possible, it's with the program that we built specifically for this. There is a huge gap between automating task right and building the AI fluency companies are actually hiring for. And there's exactly one program that is built to close it, one program structured specifically to take you from where you are tonight to where that right side of the diagram lives. So we're going to get into what the program looks like right now, and I want to bring in the right person to walk you through it, someone who's an absolute expert at this. Let me welcome Avinash to the workshop. Avinash brings a wealth of expertise to the table as a product expert for the AI Accelerator program and the Senior Associate Director at Simplilearn. His impressive academic credentials include an MBA from IIM Kozhikode, and throughout his career, Avinash has collaborated with the governments of Kerala and Andhra Pradesh on skill development initiatives, enhancing opportunities for countless individuals. And today, his focus is on empowering all of you to transform the projects made in the last 3 hours into tangible career advancements. Avinash is here to provide the guidance that you need. Avinash, the floor is yours. And everyone, this is your window. Avinash, just giving you a little heads up that, when we talked about the program at the start of the workshop, there were a lot of people who said they would be interested to know more about it, and they were asking a lot of questions about it. So, just letting you know that everybody expressed a lot of interest, and it'll be, I think we can't have a better person than you to give further details to the floor. And if anyone has any questions about the curriculum, about the learning path, about the program, and if it's a right fit for you, now is your time. Please do drop it in the chat box or in the Q&A box, and we will address them soon.
Right. Great. Thanks a lot, Ananya. Thanks for that introduction. Thanks, Rishi. I've been following the workshop for a while and I've found it very, very useful. Also, kudos to all of you guys who have been sitting here doing this, trying to learn something on a Saturday evening. It is not that easy, and it's great that all of you guys have put in the effort to do that. So big, um, you know, kudos to all of you guys. For doing this. Now, so I'll make this short. I understand you have already spent three and a half hours in this workshop. So I'll try and sort of explain this program in 5 minutes time, and post that if you have any questions, I'll be ready to take it up. Right now, imagine you've done this for 3 hours. Now this AI accelerator program is sort of a gateway, is a stepping stone for you into the AI world. Right. So for example, if you do this in say whatever you learned this in for 3 hours, 3.5 hours, now that is expanded into a probably 30, 40 hours program where you'd be learning different sort of tools and how to build complex AI agents. So the AI Accelerator program that we design is a gateway to, like I said, to the entire AI world, right? We will, so the idea is to make you from zero to an AI app builder within 10 weeks, within 8 weeks. So that's the overall USP of the program. So you'll be learning a lot of in-trend tools like Claude Code, N8N that you have worked with right now. What we see, just give me a second, please. Yeah. Yeah. N8N will also work with OpenClaw. So those are all part of the product. So like I said, you'll be learning about 30 plus different tools and frameworks during the program. You'll also work on 10 plus projects. So imagine it's a 8 to 10 week program where you'll be doing 10 plus projects, which is almost like learning by doing sort of an exercise. Right now, Ananya, if you could go to the next slide. So I will sort of make this very, like I said, I'll sort of give you the structure of the program. So the structure of the program starts with the basic fundamentals. The fundamentals is more about how to Python. So the basic two fundamentals are Python and prompt engineering. We teach that as a first step. From there, we would go on to the next step. The next step would be more around how to use a Claude and a Chat GPT. That is the LLMs part that we would teach next. So first step, probably for a week or two, you'll learn the fundamentals. Then you'll learn how to use the various LLMs. Now, once you know these basics, we'll teach you how to use various sort of tools or various sort of applications through it. Right. So as part of the projects, like you'll have a LinkedIn automation project. You'll also build a photo editing app which can be probably deployed, and probably around 10,000 users can use it parallelly. So those all will be taught during this program. So we'll have about close to 10 plus projects which are very similar to that. Right. So like I said, this is the fundamentals part. Ananya, if you could go next. And I said the next part would be around Claude and Claude Code. Then you would be going to sort of vibe coding. So you'll using prompts, you'll be building your own code or own apps. That would be the next part. And you could just go to the next part, please. Yeah, so you'll be going to the vibe coding, and also, like I said, you'll be building a personal AI assistant through, OpenClaw, etc., as part of this program. And at the end of the program, you'll also have a capstone project where you will ship an AI application, right? So that is broadly about the program. Like I said, this is a gateway to AI world, and the way we look at is what we say, in 10 weeks we would take you from a zero to AI app builder within that time, right? So this is broadly the projects that you'll be working on during this program. Right now I am open to taking any questions with respect to this program.
If anyone has any questions, please drop them in the chat box or in the Q&A box, and we'll be able to answer them. There were a few questions about a couple of questions that came earlier, Avinash, about years of experience that's required for the program, like eligibility. Is there any eligibility criteria to get in? If you could help us answer that.
So like I said, this is a gateway to AI world. That is how we look at the program. So this program is open for all. So and this is more suitable for somebody who is wanting to work with AI applications. So if probably you have seen a video which has been developed through AI, and you would want to learn how to do that sort of a video, this program would be perfect for you. If suppose say you want to build an own app and sort of ship it and show it to the world what you are capable of, this program would be very suitable for you. The way we are looking at it is, okay, by end of the program you would be doing some 6 to 8 projects, and all of those 6 to 8 projects would be a link to your GitHub. So that would be a very worthy portfolio that you can market to your next recruiters. So in that sense, this is a program that is suitable for all, especially non-tech profiles and people who are who want to get started with AI, etc.
And I think that perfectly works for our audiences as well, because we have a lot of freshers in the audiences. We conducted a poll at the start of the session, and about 40% of the audiences are just at the early stage of their career. So I guess this is a perfect program for them to get started with and get inducted into the world of AI. Avinash, if you can also share some insights on how the job market is right now. What are the kind of opportunities there are for people who are AI experts, that would also give us good perspectives.
Right. So I think all of would on the chat would all of the people who are on this webinar would sort of acknowledge that we have moving away from the mass recruitment that used to happen probably 5-10 years ago, right? So people are looking for engineers or who are readily deployable within the fields that you're working on. Also, people are seeing how much they can adopt AI tools into it, etc., and that is giving a lot of delta for people on within their current jobs. So again, this program sits pretty well in that perspective. It is mostly about learning various tools that are existing, but sort of building applications through it. So once you learn to build like 6 to 8 applications, then post that you would probably go on to what we say, build your own tools, use that in your own job. This is some of the indicative salaries that people are and that we have seen our learners getting post the program. So this is like a broad perspective that broad range that you have. But yes, right. So people are looking who are somebody who's adapted using these tools is something they're very much in demand currently.
Okay. Great, Avinash, thank you. Let me just quickly check if there are any questions specific to the program. Okay. There's someone who's asked, how is the schedule of the program? Does it run over the weekend? Daily timings, any details on that, if you could share?
It's a weekend program. You would have batches during the morning. So there are batches that happen at multiple times. So you could what we say post this program will post during this webinar itself will float out what we say a poll, so you could get in touch with the learning consultants. They would probably guide you through what is the batch that is suitable for you, etc. right? So we have multiple batches, different times, mostly on weekends. We have a lot of what we say, a predominant crowd is people like you who are doing something in parallel and trying to learn. So the timings would be very, very convenient. Usually over the weekends, we have batches at morning, afternoon, evening, etc. Learning consultants would share those details with you.
Perfect, perfect. Thank you, Avinash. And like we've been mentioning earlier, we have an exclusive 40% discount for all those who have attended the workshop. I've also shared the program link in the chat. You can go and check out the details. You can download the detailed curriculum. You can check out the ratings of the program and everything there. And you can also see the program price and what we are, what it is priced at currently. You would see that it is, sold at 50,000 rupees. And for exclusively, because you attended the workshop, you get this discount. And this is not like, just a generic slashed price that we are putting. This is genuinely like, discount that you can avail. All you have to do is, yes, answer yes on the poll that I will be launching next. This is specifically for to express interest in enrolling in the program. This is not for the certificate. We will be launching the certificate poll soon as well. So just give me a second.
Also, this is
Right.
one of the programs that we have, what we say in terms of the value for money, you would get a, this is absolute value for money course. In terms, you would learn a lot of tools. You'll build 6 portfolio worthy projects, right? And all for this 30, all for the 30,000 price point only. And we are doing this only because there's a lot of people who are expressing interest towards learning these AI tools, and most people are keep complaining that courses and the features around it makes them very, very inaccessible. So that's why this is priced at a 30,000 price point. And if you could just go, if you're, I think Ananya has already shared a link on the chat. If you could just go through the code, you'll see that there's a lot of tools, lot of projects that you build, and it's an absolute value for money course.
Yes, perfect, perfect, Avinash. Thank you. And like I mentioned already, we will be launching the certificate poll after this. This is not for the certificate. This is to express your interest in enrolling in the program. So if you would like to, talk to an expert like Avinash, or if you still want to, take some time and make your decision, figure out if this is your best fit, then just click on yes. Our experts will be getting in touch with you as soon as possible and helping you, make the decision and guide you on the way forward. So yes,
Think
great.
just a second, and I think the couple of questions that I would like to answer. So I think I see
Sure.
one question whether this course is how much does it cost in USD? If you could just reply yes, our learning consultant would get in touch with you, and they'll help you out how to enroll from a USGO. There is also another question whether it is suitable for people who are switching their careers. This is absolutely suitable for people like that. This is a course designed for beginners. Like I said, this is a gateway into the AI world, right? That's how we are looking at this course. That's how we design this course. So this is the first step towards your AI career, but not something that would take a 10 months or a 9 months duration, something that would take a short span and you could learn a lot of tangible skills.
Amazing. Great. Okay. All right. I think we've covered the course related questions as well, Avinash. Thank you so much for being here and taking everyone through the details. We have more than 200 people who have responded to the poll, which is amazing. So thanks everyone for the participation as well. And like I mentioned, we will be getting in touch with all of you who have expressed interest, and we will be taking the conversation forward. Right. Okay, so with that, I am okay. So there are still answers coming in, so I'm going to keep the poll alive for a little bit more of time.
Yeah,
And I'll just
basically,
like,
yeah, what I would also like to say, like basically in this 2, 3, 4 hours, you can just try too much, try to create something, but there are a lot of nitty-gritties behind the scenes. You need to create a tokens where which providers to use, which services to use, what tools to use. There can be multiple options. I see a lot of people asking question about how it compares with Zapier versus Make.com. So there are other tools as well which you can get to learn once you give it more time, as Ananya is telling you more about the AI Accelerator program. Like there are a bunch of more and more tools to learn. If you are from a technical background, LangChain, LangGraph, some AI IDs like Codex and all.
Perfect. Yes, Rishi, thank you so much for adding in that perspective.
Yeah.
Coming from you, it really would add a lot more value to our learners here. Okay, so I will end the poll right now, and I'll just quickly tell you all about an upcoming workshop. We are um, yes, I is the image not visible? I guess the image is not visible for some reason. Okay, it's okay. So on 10th of July, this Friday, we have our next workshop, which is Build Your Own AI Data Agent and Analytics Dashboard. We're going to help you build an agent on the same N8N tool that you saw today. And, we are also going to create an analytics dashboard that does, data analysis without any inaccuracies, hallucinations, and vague answers. You will also walk away with a visual interactive dashboard that you build using Claude Code. So working with any data set after this is going to be completely easy and non-time consuming for you. It's going to be led by Christopher Himmel, a senior data analyst with 2 decades plus of experience, and he's one of our very own Simplilearn mentors. It's completely free to attend, and it's live as well. So it would be great to have you all part of it. You can share the scan the QR code that's on your screen right now. That you saw today. Yes, you can also click on the link that I have shared on the chat to register for the upcoming workshop. Great. Okay. Okay, great. So with that, we will move on to the certificate poll. We know a lot of you would be, eager to get the certificate. I am going to launch the poll right now. Please enter the full name that you want displayed on the certificate. So just your first name and last name, or your first name and initial would be enough. We don't need your email ID. We already have that. Once you um, submit the poll, we will get the details, and we will be able to generate the certificate and share it with you on email. Please allow us some time. It's a Saturday, night. So we will be getting back to you with the certificate, the recording, the detailed webinar notes, and all that we've promised by, the end of Monday. So please do stay tuned until then. But in case, if you're facing any problem in accessing the poll, or you're not able to submit your entry, or in case you don't receive the certificate after Monday, then please do write to us at webinars@simplilearn.net. You might also be aware of the WhatsApp community that we have created. A lot of you are already part of it, so you can let me know any issues there as well, so we'll be able to check that and get back to you. Right. Okay, so with that, we've come to the end of the workshop. Thank you every single one of you for being here for the last 4 hours, and showing a lot of eagerness and commitment to learn. It says a lot about what you want to build in your career in the way forward. We hope that you'll be able to apply the learnings from this session as well as what you'll get from our AI Accelerator program to get ahead in your career. Rishi, if you are here, if you have any final piece of advice for our learners, it'll be great to hear from you.
Yeah, definitely. I'm still reading the questions and that people are answering. Thank you all that you found it valuable. I am still seeing some questions. Is N8N only just sufficient to learn, to know about this, to make some money? I would say it can be a good gateway, but there are other bunch of things that you would need to learn. Because N8N itself, if you see, there are a bunch of other integrations that you might need to know. And it's like not just N8N can make you AI first, AI native person that companies would want to work with. So there are other things as well that you need to learn. And yes, that's all I would want to add. Thank you all.
Tishi, it was an absolute pleasure doing this workshop with you. I think you have taken us through a lot of content, a lot of
Yes,
solid
yes.
technical stuff today.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that that was not very easy on you to do that, but there was a lot of steps and layers that you taught us through. And it was really great, very valuable session. Thank you so much for your presence, and thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and insights with all of us. It's been really good, and we hope to have you leading more of our workshops very soon.
Yeah,
Right?
definitely. Thank you so much, Ananya, for giving me the stage to address such a good audience who are still with us till the end of the session. And yeah, it was there was a lot of details which cannot be shared in just 2 3 hours. So we definitely it was a great addition to build with Rishi. So in a real sense,
Yes,
like that. So
yes,
I also
absolutely.
love the kind of questions that kept on coming. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yes, thank you so much, Rishi, and thank you to Avinash as well, to the entire panel. It's been a great session. And to anyone whose question, we could not answer, or if you have any issue with the certificate, let me repeat that please do reach out to us at webinars@simplylearn.net, and we will address your concerns or queries. Whatever it is, we will get back to you on Monday. All right. Thank you so much. A very, very good night to all of you. Thank you.